My only last
All right,
thing.
let's get started. I think we've got quorum. So this is a special planning meeting for Thursday, March 24th, 2022. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, can we do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councillor Cloutier?
Déjà.
Councillor Curry?
Here.
Councillor Dudas?
Ici.
Councillor Hubley?
Here.
Councillor Kitts?
Here.
Councillor Leeper?
Good morning.
Councillor Menard?
Here.
Councillor Tierney?
Here.
Chair Moffat? And
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
I don't see Councillor Alchantier. Oh, but we have quorum.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Brockington has sent his regrets. He is away on city business this week. So this is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as item 1 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on April 13th, 2022, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none. So we have one item that we are considering on today's agenda, and this is a special meeting stemming from a deferral from our last planning committee on March 10th. This is an official plan amendment for Manor Park North and Manor Park South in Rito, Rockliffe. And I see Councillor King is here, the ward representative for Rito, Rockliffe. Good morning, Ralston, and a number of other council members as well. We're going to begin today with a staff presentation, and then we're going to have a brief presentation from the applicant, and we have 13 public delegations who are registered. So we're going to start with a staff presentation from Andrew McCrate, and I also want to ask if there are any motions that committee members or councillors are looking to submit. Could you please share them with the committee coordinator and myself as soon as possible? I'm not aware of any to date, so if there are any being considered, please let us know as soon as possible. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Also with the presentations up. Thank you. So I'm Andrew McCrate, the file lead. The application before you is an official plan amendment to establish the Manor Park North and South secondary plan. Next slide, please. So the Manor Park North lands are generally at the northwest corner of St. Laurent and Hemlock Road, extending up to Blasdell. You can see the lands as outlined by the white building massings in this image, and west of the lands is Manor Park Public School, and the south side of Hemlock there is Beechwood Cemetery to orient you. Next slide. The development concept, which will inform the secondary plan policies before you for Manor Park North, consist of a variety of low and mid-rise buildings up to 9 stories. So 9 stories being the maximum building height you'll see in Manor Park North. The concept results in approximately 1,400 residential dwelling units, just over 8,000 square meters of commercial space, as well as a new city park that's approximately 7,200 square meters. You can see it in the middle of this image where the potential parkland is shown. Next slide. The lands referred to as Manor Park South, this is an image looking south, consists of a number of properties along Brittany Drive, generally between St. Laurent Boulevard as well as Montreal Road. So the proposed building heights that inform the policies before you are the buildings that are shown in a ghosted gray. Otherwise, the images show existing buildings as well as the goldish yellow buildings. That's to identify the Montreal Road corridor and permissions in accordance with that main street. So that is Manor Park South generally along Brittany Drive. Next slide. This area will see a variety of low, mid, and high-rise built forms, with the tallest building being 30 stories. It results in approximately 2,400 residential dwelling units. It would support approximately 1,600 square meters of commercial space, as well as around 1,870 square meters for social infrastructure. So things like daycare, community center, and this is geared towards block 2, which you see at Brittany Drive and Bangs next to the city park, as well as there's some community activity as potential community garden in that area as well. And then of course the new city park just east of Bangs Street there, which will be just over 9,200 square meters. Next slide. This image here is translating the development concept into the policy schedules that are recommended for approval that will go along with the area specific policies. So the text policies of the secondary plan. What we've done here is, this is Manor Park North. So it's reconfirming St. Laurent Boulevard as a main street corridor, which is very consistent with the new OP language. And it solidifies that this corridor would be a mid-rise mixed use designation, with building heights up to 9 stories. And then you can see the building heights taper down to mid-rise being 6 stories, and then low-rise 4 stories as we approach the edges. It's important to note from a policy perspective, on the schedules, you'll see near the bottom, there's a hash box with a number. That's to identify that in some cases, even though you're in a mid-rise designation, which from a land use perspective generally permits up to 9 stories, if you have a specific building height identified in that box, such as 6 stories, that in turn is your maximum building height. So there's different controls in place through the specific policies as well as the schedules. Next slide, please. Similarly, Manor Park South, the properties along Brittany Drive reestablished the different heights that are permitted from a land use schedule perspective. So we have low rise, mid rise, different high-rise categories, again, with the tallest being up to 30 stories. You can see a 30-story building in the top right corner, which would be backing onto Aviation Parkway. So again, it's the land use categories of high-rise, but those little boxes which show the potential location of the building will more specifically define the maximum building heights. So 25, 12, 9 stories, etc. And it does reestablish Brittany Drive as a local street, but has some policy direction to enhance transit and cycling infrastructure along this corridor, but keeping it within a local street category. Next slide, please. Important to highlight that there was quite a lot of community engagement on this file, both from a city process perspective, meetings held by the councillor's office in coordination with the applicant team, as well as the applicant team and owner established their own website forum, Vision Manor Park. So there was a number of touch points on consultation. It's detailed more in the staff report, but I'm using this slide just to highlight that those consultations really informed 2 things. Policies that came through in our secondary plans, so the actual policies and building heights, land uses, how to achieve active edges, transportation, infrastructure, things of that nature. And the other main output of community consultation was the memorandum of understanding, which is tagged to this application before you and part of the approval. So the owners signed a memorandum of understanding committing to a number of things, and that has come out of the consultation process as well. Next slide, please. So speaking of the MOU, it's I think the committee is getting very familiar with MOUs these days, but it is not something that's required by the Planning Act. The owner in this case has agreed to enter into an MOU with the city as part of this process to honor their commitment that they have mentioned since day one, which is phrased around no displacement of the tenants in the existing buildings, as well as support for affordable housing. There's another component of the MOU that's talking about further conversations and dialogues with a community benefits agreement. So you'll see language in the MOU about a continued discussion on a community benefits agreement, which is happening as a separate process. And the intent is that that conversation will continue and reach resolution prior to the first phase of development. So whatever the next subsequent planning application is, whether it be a zoning or site plan, that happens after the OPA process, but before the first phase of development, continuing that community benefits agreement. Next slide, please. Just quickly, some highlights on the MOU. It's the main driver of this MOU is to emphasize that there's no displacement of the tenants, and I'm sure you'll hear this quite detailed in the applicant's presentation or through Q&A with staff for the applicant. The other main component of the MOU is securing affordable housing, both in terms of the existing units, the 540 units that are remaining after the first phase of development will be secured as remaining affordable, being at or below market rate. And all new development will have either 10% of the development be affordable housing, unless it's subject to something like an inclusionary zoning bylaw where more would be required. So there's different triggers in place. But the main point is the MOU is committing to all new development in this plan, providing some level of affordable housing and protecting the existing housing stock as affordable. Next slide, please. So the recommendation before this committee is staff are recommending approval of the OPA, which will result in a brand new secondary plan known as the Manor Park North and Secondary Plan. Items A and D there are really authorizing and approving the OPA to create this secondary plan such that it would live in both the current official plan with the authority to adopt it into the new official plan as well. The other recommendations would be, from a strategic point of view, we would not implement the bylaw being approved if that is council's decision until the MOU is executed. It's important to note that the MOU is or has already been executed by the owner. And then the third part there is once the OPA, if approved, is in full force and effect, then there would be direction for the city to also execute the MOU. Next slide, please. Just quickly over the policy context of how we reached this conclusion of recommending approval. There was an assessment against both the current and new official plan. Staff are of the opinion that the proposal before you is largely consistent with official plan policies, despite the need for an OPA. The vast majority of the building heights and land uses before you are consistent with policy. When we're looking at general urban area designations in current OP language or interurban transect designations, those properties that are off the main street, so not fronting Saint Laurent, there's policies that talk about having building heights taller than 4 stories in areas that are characterized by that. Characterized implies existing buildings over 4 stories or zoning that's higher than 4 stories, which especially on Brittany Drive, there are numerous examples where that's the case. So the heights that are before you, vast majority of the buildings do not require an OPA, but the benefit of this package is you get a specific secondary plan that has policies that are dovetailed to Manor Park North and Manor Park South, while also reinforcing the land use designations and building heights. Happy to take questions on our policy assessment about transition areas, the actual specific policies and schedules, but that is an overview of the application before you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Andrew. So we'll come back to Andrew and planning staff at the end for any questions from the committee and from councillors. We're going to go now to a presentation from the applicants. There are 4 people that I'm aware of who are here presenting on behalf of the applicant: Jacob Balduc and Miguel Tremblay from FOTEN, David Renfro from Renfro Land Management, and Lalit Agarwal from Manor Park Estates. I see Miguel and Jacob. Who's leading off? Miguel, is that you or is that Jacob?
That'll be me.
Jacob? All right, good morning.
I do have some slides. I believe they're going to be pulled up soon. Great, thanks everyone. Good morning. I don't want to touch on everything that Andrew just walked through, so I'll try to be as brief as possible, but also relatively thorough. So thank you, everybody. This is a official plan amendment for Manor Park Estates. The property, actually, if we could skip to the next slide, please. You'll note that the secondary plan area is actually two different parcels. So there's Manor Park North, which is centered along Saint Laurent Boulevard between Hemlock Road and Glasdale Avenue. It's about 9-hectare parcel. And then if you go south along Saint Laurent, about 500 meters to Brittany Drive, you'll find what we call it Manor Park South for a total of about 15 hectares between the properties. Next slide, please. I'm going to touch on 5 key themes today. Andrew did touch a little bit on some of them, but I want to make sure that the rest are discussed as well. So next slide, please. First, I want to get into the extensive public and stakeholder consultation that was undertaken throughout the process. So first off, through Momentum Communications, who was the communications consultant on the project, contacted every single tenant of Manor Park Estates, about 652, prior to the application being submitted. So that was the first stage of the consultation, was to put the tenants first and ensure that they had the opportunity to hear from us what the plan was originally, as well as to hear their feedback with respect to potential changes. We also set up a visionmanorpark.ca, which is the project website, and included a link to Mr. Agarwal's Calendly so that they could set up one-on-one meetings. And I believe there was close to 50 people who had decided to take, or sorry, 50 meetings, some of them could have been repeat meetings between the community and Mr. Agarwal with respect to the proposed development. On top of that, in June 2021, on 3 consecutive Monday evenings, we had consultation sessions with the public of about 2 hours each. The first was with, again, tenants first. We had a tenants only meeting where we presented the new development and had a bit of a discussion. We followed that with the next meeting being just with the broader community. And then the third session was actually more of a Q&A. So the first two were more presentations, followed by a Q&A and feedback session. On top of that, in October, we had a community update meeting. So after the meetings in June, we took everything back, took the feedback from staff and community and other stakeholders, and prepared our resubmission. And in October 2021, we presented that resubmission to the community. Not on this slide, but we also had a meeting in January specific to the MOU, which was not a discussion of the plan itself, but rather what the community wanted to see included with respect to affordable housing, anti-displacement, and all the other commitments that Manor Park Estates has made. We also had several additional meetings with other stakeholders, including the NCC, because the Brittany lands are right adjacent to the Parkway, school boards, the MPCA, MPCC. And we also had a 4-hour focus session with the UDRP, where we looked at important urban design elements such as the Parkland locations, appropriate podium heights along Brittany, total building heights for high-rise buildings, and also a good session about the gateway buildings that we're proposing at Saint Laurent Brittany and Saint Laurent and Hemlock. Next slide, please. With respect to built form and density, I would echo Andrew's comment that the proposal meets the general intent of both the existing and new official plans. We believe that this is a prime opportunity for planned phased intensification within the urban boundary over an expected period of about 40 to 50 years. Through the community consultations that I just spoke of, you'll note that there are actually no high-rise buildings proposed in Manor Park North. Originally, we did have some 12-story buildings and a 15-story gateway building, but that was eventually removed after community consultation, and now the tallest building in Manor Park North is 9. With respect to the remaining building heights, we note that they are sensitively located in order to transition to abutting existing residential areas, especially the low-rise areas to the north of Manor Park South and sort of to the north and west and actually to the east as well, up in Manor Park North. I would also note that the proposal includes ground-oriented housing. In the north, we are proposing townhouses or stacked townhouses or any other low-rise product in those transitional areas adjacent to the adjacent residential properties. And I would also note that we're also exploring options within podiums for a diversity of dwelling types. There's, for example, no reason why you can't have street-oriented townhouses occupying the podium of a high-rise building. So we're not quite at the detailed design stage, but we definitely recognize that there's an appetite for ground-oriented housing in this community to help maintain the existing community character. Next slide, please. With respect to parkland and green space, as noted, there are 2 proposed parks, one in the north and one in the south. The one in the south is a little bit larger than the one in the north, but they total approximately 16,500 square meters. And that's 100% new park space that does not exist at the moment. Through the integrated secondary plan approach, the advantage is that we can strategize for those parklands and allocate them where required. There's more units in the south, that's why the parkland is bigger. And we noticed, for example, that there was an opportunity for a land swap adjacent to Bangs, which is Carpenter Way. So we were able to work with park staff and staff to find ways to close a right-of-way that we felt wasn't necessarily necessary in order to increase the amount of park space in exchange for developable lands in the north. So the result is 2 bigger parks through the introduction of the secondary plan approach. Overall, it's a 260% increase in the private courtyard amenity space. If you look at these images, you'll note that there are open green spaces, but there's also quite a bit of surface parking. And so by moving 88%, by moving parking underground, and we're now at a total of 88% of the proposed parking would be underground, some limited surface parking in the north adjacent to that ground-oriented housing. The result is actually a 4.1% increase, to 4.1% decrease, my apologies, with respect to the total hardscape compared to the existing development. So even with the new buildings and the new spaces that are being proposed, we're seeing a reduction in the hardscape over the existing condition, largely due to that decrease in the amount of surface parking. Next slide, please. With respect to connectivity and community, in Manor Park North, we wanted to establish something called the Village Square, centered around Eastbourne, just south of Glasdale along St. Laurent. The intent was to bring back the concept of the 15-minute community, which we talk a lot about in the new official plan, and bring some local commercial services north of Hemlock. There's an existing plaza at Hemlock and St. Laurent that does provide some services to the community, but taking an organic planning approach, we start noticing that there were businesses and bakeries opening up on St. Laurent in some of those existing residential buildings. And so by moving that to the north end of Manor Park North, we're able to ensure that these are services not only for our tenants or our residents, but also for the broader community. To again, bring that 15-minute community, not just to ourselves, but to Manor Park North as a whole. We've also introduced mid-block connections. So right now, these are quite large private townhouse blocks. So through the introduction of either new local streets or pedestrian connections passing through these connected amenity areas, we can break up these large blocks and ensure that people don't feel restricted to go all the way around. They can pass through and connect to park space and other green spaces. In the south, we've also introduced a new social infrastructure space that Andrew discussed on the ground floor of one of the buildings, as well as a potential community garden adjacent to that residential community. I would also note there's opportunities for new cycling infrastructure, especially along Brittany. These lands form a significant portion of the Brittany frontage. And so when you're redeveloping those lands, it provides opportunities for new development of infrastructure within Brittany Drive, including, like I mentioned, cycling or enhanced transit infrastructure. I would also note that there's possible new connections between the proposed park along Bangs and the NCC lands as it's adjacent to the NCC Parkway. There is an existing connection, but on our site visit, we noted that it could certainly be improved. Next slide, please. And finally, just to touch briefly on phasing and anti-displacement. As mentioned through the MOU, there is a commitment to anti-displacement. That is, and it's not a timed anti-displacement pledge. It is forever. I would also note that the developer has committed to a 3-year notice before any construction occurs with respect to phase 1 and phase 2. And going back to that phasing plan, it's actually strategically phased to demolish the fewest existing buildings while developing capacity for movement. So in phase 1, which you'll see on the side of the screen, you can take down a limited number of townhouses, develop mid-rise and high-rise buildings. That when you were then prepared to engage in phase 2, tenants could be relocated as part of the anti-displacement pledge to phase 1 and building up that capacity to ensure that nobody has to leave their neighborhood. Phases 1 and 2 are anticipated to occur over a timeline of approximately 15 years, and the full timeline of the plan is about 40 to 50 years. I do believe that's about my time, so I'm happy to leave it there and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jacob. So we'll come back to you and your team after our public delegations. So we'll move now to our registered speakers. The first speaker is Dean Tester. Is Dean with us? And as we go to our delegations, each delegation will have 5 minutes to present and then an opportunity to answer questions from any of our councillors and committee members. Good morning, Dean.
Good morning, Councillor. Thanks so much for having me, folks. So happy to be here today to comment in favor of this proposal. This is not my first time here. Many of you are familiar with what I'm going to say. But Ottawa has a housing shortage. We are seeing prices skyrocket across the city. Young families like mine are having to make difficult choices about where they want to live and what kind of family they want to have in our city. And, we're increasingly seeing people moving out to Carleton Place and Arnprior and further outside of the city. And projects like this are what keep people in the city. Projects like this provide new homes for people like myself, young people, renters, BIPOC communities, the people who are not currently in the housing market and who are struggling to find their way into it. So I want to commend everyone who's worked on this project because, I'll be honest, we need 20 or 30 of these in the city to get us where we need to be to deal with our housing crisis. But this is a really good start, and I really love what I see from this project. In particular, I think the developer has gone above and beyond in terms of what they're proposing to help displaced peoples. Project like this, it's way above my pay grade. I don't pretend to know all the nuances, but to see a developer working this hard to try and commit to affordable housing, to commit to providing affordable homes for displaced peoples in this community, and see the commitment to the green space, the parks they're going to build, and the way they're phasing it in over several years. This just seems like such a responsible project. It seems like exactly what we need across the city. And I don't want to go on for too long because this is not my community, but I will say this is a community that looks like one I would love to live in. And I think there are thousands of people like myself across the city who are going to look at this and say, geez, I might want to live here one day. And it's a beautiful addition to our city and our community. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for letting me have a moment here today.
Thanks very much, Dean. Councillor King has a question for you.
Well, I had more of a comment, Chair, than a question. And I think the reality, of course, is that the community has been working with the applicant over a prolonged period of time. And I've heard very clearly, as well as, through a consultation process, which obviously included my office, in terms of direct outreach, as well as Zoom meetings, but also meeting with residents. And I heard very clearly from residents in Manor Park, very informed opinions around intensification. The residents of Manor Park are not opposed to intensification, and they're not opposed to the real new investment to ensure that properties that are at end of life are revitalized. I think what residents are looking for is appropriate intensification. And so I just wanted to make that distinction, and also a clarification. I think at the last planning meeting, Mr. Tester talked about the use of arguments around the historical nature or historical designation of Manor Park, in comments that I think were directed or specific potentially around the task force recommendations. And I would just note for the record that that wasn't really accurate. We hadn't seen, comments that were made around historic types of designation for Manor Park. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record as well, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor King. Councillor Menard has a question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll turn my camera there. Hi, Dean. Nice to see you. I've been seeing you a lot here, and that's good to have your voice here. I do want to just make sure 100% in terms of the Make Housing Affordable campaign, because we're hearing a lot from families around that campaign. There's no connection with the Make Housing Affordable campaign with any development industry in Toronto or Ottawa or anywhere else in Ontario, right? I mean, it's totally separate than that, or is there any funding that comes from development industry for that campaign?
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Sean. I think it's a fair question. The answer is no. This is, I mean, you know what my day job is. I'm a political digital marketer in my day job. This is what I do for fun. That may make me an oddball, but I'm super passionate about housing. I've been passionate for a long time. I work with some of the volunteers on More Neighbors Toronto. They've got a fantastic group there too. And, you know, really it's just young people getting together and saying, we're concerned about the housing crisis. We want to see some meaningful action on it. And I really do think that's so important. And just to comment on the, you know, the developer connection. I mean, we often speak in favor of projects that developers want to build because they're the people who build houses, right? You know, my take on the development industry is not that I'm pro developer or anti whatever. It's that developers are just really easy to understand. They want to build houses and they want to make money. And I think that the city is best served when we work with developers to give them incentives to build projects that build the right type of housing and the right amount of housing, rather than just opposing them at every turn and making them into a political enemy. I don't think they're the enemy. I think they have a clear goal in mind, making money. That's how businesses succeed and survive. And you know, that's how we build housing, right? There's nobody putting their hand up and saying, I'm going to do this for free, right? And I will add too, you know, on the affordable housing piece, because I know, Sean, you're such a fantastic champion and an advocate for building more affordable housing. Yeah, I think a lot of developers are willing to work with you on that, but there needs to be funding, right? From municipal, provincial, federal government. Nothing comes for free in this world, right? It costs money to build these buildings, and you know, developers want to see a profit. And when we make them out to be villains, I think what we're really doing is saying, I want to have my cake and eat it too. And you know, we can't do that. We need to build a city. We need to build housing. We have a massive housing shortage, and we really need to deliver for the people of this community who are underhoused and struggling with housing affordability.
I appreciate that. And the simple question was whether there's any connection with that campaign and the development industry. And you said very clearly, no, there is not. There's no connection there. So that's a clear answer. And in terms of you know, developers and profit that come with it, for us, of course, it's a balance. With that comes with speculation, where we're expanding our urban boundary, and there's costs to taxpayers in different ways. Other costs that increase for them when we take down trees and green space. Those things always have to be balanced. And so that's always the conundrum is you need to balance out how that housing, where that housing gets built, and what it looks like in communities, of course. So you know, definitely appreciate your voice and other people that you know, certainly want to have more affordable housing and housing affordability. I think we agree on that. It's the how we get that, which is, yeah, governments need to fund affordable housing to get it. I don't think we're ever going to get it just from the private market. So anyway, really appreciate your clarity on the connection with the campaign. That's helpful. And thanks for being here.
Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Councilor Menard. Thank you, Dean, for your presentation today. We'll move to our second speaker, Elizabeth McAllister. Good morning, Elizabeth. Oh, you're on mute there.
I thought I was automatically demuted. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Gower and Chair. I'm Elizabeth McAllister, and I'm the past president of the Manor Park Community Association. And you know, I'd like to start this presentation by thanking Lalit Agrawal for trying to break the mold of the bad developer. He has been open, accessible, and has listened to our concerns. And we greatly appreciate his many efforts to listen to the community and to actually, he's already made significant contributions to the community. Next slide, please. But the stakes are high. For the national level, we see that a 35-acre urban development, interurban development, represents a unique opportunity for a G7 capital to showcase urban management that attracts and maintains talented workers. For the city, the official plan needs a win. And this is an opportunity For the community, we live through replacing two communities. We will live through replacing two communities of low to ground housing with mid and high rises, increasing units by almost 600%. This is far in excess of the 40% population increase sought by the city. We are essentially building a small city within a community, a population the size of the city I grew up with, which had many, many amenities, a provincial capital. Yet we have no commitment from the city to contribute to manage down disruption that we will face, or to contribute in a planned and coordinated process to building a successful urban village, despite our requests for a village plan. Slide 3, please. Manor Park residents have a clear idea of our vision and what we don't want. Please rest your eyes on this slide. I won't read it all, but what we do want is a safe and healthy community that doesn't overburden city resources. And what we don't want is a high-rise and mid-rise apartment block development which eliminates or reduces on the ground family affordable houses. And we don't want to drive families from the city core either. Slide 4, please. Who are we? Well, we're a mixed neighborhood, and we have significant levels of individuals and family who need social support. You'll see we have 25% single family families, and we have an astonishing 37% child poverty in the south of Manor Park. Next slide, please. We are the worst riding in Ottawa for child poverty and the 18th worst in Canada for child poverty in our ward, and we reflect that ward. Yet, despite 5 years of joint advocacy with 6 other community associations and the Ward Resource Center, the city has turned its back on requests for a targeted poverty strategy, a youth strategy. Our communities developed a COVID strategy that delivered 60,000 meals and developed the Ottawa Cares website because nobody was home when we asked for help. So how do we trust that adequate social services will be available for at least 8,000 more residents? How can we trust that transit, transportation, parks and recreation will be available to meet the needs of our community? That the best environmental standards will be maintained? We know that's a challenge. How can we afford $2.9 million for a Porsche dealership, but not a request for $50,000 for a youth strategy lead? Next slide, please. This slide outlines how Manor Park Community Association, in developing its 3 excellent community submissions to the city, and the range of people and professionals involved. Developing these submissions was time-consuming and intense. Slide 7, please. Yet the staff report shifts our concerns onto later building by building by building by building site plans and siloed future development plans. Responding to the site-by-site plans will suck up valuable volunteer time for years. It is a process that works for idiosyncratic builds, but not for building a whole community, nor to manage a very vibrant urban ecosystem for the health of our city. Next slide, please. All Manor Parkers, especially those who live in Manor Park estates, will undergo significant disruption in their quality of life and loss of home, whether it's rented or in some cases owned. Property investment will be lost. Quiet and privacy are definitely going to end. Building trust requires accountability to agreed community objectives for such a major redevelopment and for the MOU and the CBA, which covers part of what would be a plan for a village plan. Agreed concrete parameters which show the meeting of commitments to clear objectives can be reviewed by the CA and the councillor. We need an accountability framework. Last meeting, a speaker noted that through partnership, we can achieve better outcomes. Yet outcomes are only achieved at the level of partnership. Most of this talk has been about the process and the outcomes of long process, and process is not policy neutral. Will we take the opportunity before us to develop and organize a better planning approach to create a new and healthy, environmentally sustainable community? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Councillor King has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd really like to thank Elizabeth as the past president of Manor Park Community Association for all the work that she has undertaken on this file. It's been extensive, wide public input. And we know that the MPCA also engaged in a major survey. So I'd really like to commend the work that they have done to represent the community. In your presentation, you did note that there would be disruption if this plan goes ahead as enumerated, as it is before us. I was wondering if you can elaborate on the impact of the scale, scope, and the siting of the proposed development on the community.
That's a big question, Ralston. Thank you. We are a community of 8,000 people. This will more than double who we are to at least another 8,000 or 9,000 people if we consider that there will be 2.5 people per unit. That's an enormous change. We do not have the absorptive capacity to manage that change in a way that will continue the existing social infrastructure. And if I could say, social infrastructure is not building. Social infrastructure is a community, is that which creates a community resilient, that brings people together by doing things they love to do. And it's the spaces between the buildings that count, and how the buildings are set out, and how the retail is curated. You know, many cities like Sydney, Australia, curate the retail that comes into a community to ensure that it's the appropriate to the community. And we also see that we will have many cut-throughs as we have the traffic coming from not only this major development, but also from Wateridge, which others will be speaking to this morning. And we are neighborhoods that work together across social lines and in all of our communities, Manor Park East, West, North, South. Children play on the streets. And managing traffic, we've had very little response from the city to manage traffic safety. So how can we be sure that we will have that safety moving ahead is a big issue for us. Also, I think we had a wonderful experiment going on here, and that was when we did our strategy in 2017-18, and we're shocked to find the amount of poverty hidden away. Ottawa hides its poverty very well, including Manor Park. We were shocked by the needs that were not being met. We were shocked that the Ottawa Neighborhood Neighborhood Study did not include Manor Park, and the data were wrong. So we had no access to foundation funding and very little access to any city funding. We fought hard to get some city funding, but it's really just for poverty alleviation, not for poverty reduction, although we've surveyed some of our OCH buildings and found that the biggest need is for employment. So we have brought in some assistance in helping people find employment. But Ralston, with this number of people and a real focus on affordable housing, which we strongly support, I'm very concerned about what we are building here and whether or not we will be able to have the means, the support, the new skills that are required to integrate different levels of society, different cultures. Even though we're a 25% immigrant in Manor Park, I don't think we do enough to to benefit from that and to use it, use our residents in a way that's positive to help, build community understanding of the other. There's so much that we were thinking we were able to do because we had exactly what the sociologists say we need to reduce cycles of poverty and to reduce racism. And that is a strong middle class that reaches out to and supports people in our community that need help. And we have that. We have people who organized, and I was part of it, for over 60 kids to get Syrian kids to get skates, to get skating lessons. They had helmets. We were all involved. A number of us are now hockey moms to Syrian kids skating. This came from Ted Ryan, who lives in Dunvegan. And that's just one example of what we had going in terms of a community that wants to reach out. My concern is with this amount of mass in large buildings, you will not have that same community spirit that we could continue our work on trying to be a model community and trying to break the cycle of poverty. I'm sure others.
And I absolutely do appreciate your reflections on that. I was going to ask about social infrastructure, though we know that unfortunately is kind of a detour from talking about planning. And I personally feel that it shouldn't be. And that's why I'm very pleased that you have really enumerated what has been occurring in Manor Park. And I want to commend Manor Park yourself and also Manor Park Community Association for the big focus on poverty reduction, the work that you've been doing. And I think that what you're speaking to here in terms of what is being proposed, I know that the concern that I've heard from residents is that it changes the basic nature and the characteristics of the neighborhood, that you might not have these social investments and you might not have the same interactions if the typology, if the building typology and the new buildings that go up change. So I appreciate the fact that you are emphasizing that and emphasizing the fact that you've contributed so much in terms of the efforts at the city, whether it's the homelessness hub, working towards inputs onto a poverty reduction strategy and advocating successfully, with my office for the reestablishment of a poverty reduction strategy in the city, a food policy, food security policy in the city. So I'm really pleased that those efforts and that those dimensions have been examined. I do know that you did mention the idea of a village plan. And in this plan, we see that a new village square is being proposed. Is this location and this concept, is it supported by the community?
I would say yes. I think the community largely would love to have more places to meet and greet. And we were very strong in our support of maintaining the boundary of the city so we wouldn't lose valuable farmland. We're ready for intensification, as you've said before. The one thing I guess that from a selfish point of view is that we're not very happy to see that it presents, quote, an opportunity to provide parking on side streets throughout Manor Park. So I think that will be an issue. And the other issue it will raise, which can be handled, is the traffic that will be cutting through streets where along our street we have 8 basketball nets. I had 3 kids playing outside on Natalie's basketball net yesterday. I don't know where they were from, but anyway, never seen them before. But it's just, and they anyway. But Ralston, I'd say the other thing that is important to us is the idea of working in a more collective manner. I know this committee is really only interested in height, in density, and parks. But I think when you're building a community, you have to look farther and you have to have a more integrated approach. We're an ecosystem. We're a human ecosystem, and we're a very strong, for the city, urban park, natural environment. We've got coyotes, we've got 178 songbirds that migrate right through where these towers will be. These are important. Ask a farmer. You do not want to have birds coming to your properties. These are important assets. But the important point is that we need a more integrated systems approach. I've worked with UN agencies, the FAO, the UNDP, as well as the World Bank, in helping large institutions work together across silos for more effective results. And what I'm asking for here is that we step back a minute and look at all of the various plans that will be done in a piecemeal way by multiple departments without any integrating set of objectives that can be measured and will actually nudge and align people across those departments to have a successful village built within our city. We're not talking about a single building here today at Planning Committee. We're talking about building a community the size of Fredericton, New Brunswick when I grew up, that had universities, it had an amazing art gallery, it had multiple rinks, multiple pools, multiple parks, big, large woodland parks for that number of people. And now we can't get Alvin Park fixed, which is a small, tiny park in the middle of one of our low-income cooperatives. We've been trying for 5 years to have it brought up to code. So we're very worried. We're very worried. But we have an open developer. We don't want to overburden him with multiple unrelated asks. We need a collective, systematic approach for building this community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your submission. And thank you once again for the work that you've done in the community. I think your work really does, and your presentation echoes what I've heard from community members over this process concerning the reality around density, creating traffic impacts, and accelerating the deterioration of infrastructure. Around challenges with green space and tree canopy. So these are things that we have heard very clearly, as well as a message, I think, that you're really relaying around the need for coordination, whether it's social services, infrastructure, transportation. These are themes that I've heard very clearly, not just from the community association when you were there, but also from residents who you were really conveying in terms of their concerns. So I really appreciate your delegation today. And I also want to thank you in a public forum for all the work that you've done over a number of years in our community in Manor Park to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Our next speaker is Natalie Belovich. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Natalie.
Pretty close. It's Belovic.
Belovic, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for letting us address the committee this morning. I'm the president now of the Manor Park Community Association. I'm a resident of urban Ottawa for the last 50 years and a realtor in Ottawa for the last 43. I'd like to echo Elizabeth's sentiments and comments that Mr. Agarwal and his family have been very open to discussion. They've listened to what the community has had to say. They've definitely made some improvements to their original proposal, and they have offered a generous non-displacement package for their residents. So we really do appreciate that. I would also like to add that the families made it possible for the NCC to rebuild our little Blasdell footbridge in a timely manner, and also for having purchased the Encounters with Canada site to use as a community center. Obviously, there may be a finite timeline for that, but we certainly have it there for some time. So I really appreciate those investments. Many of the written submissions that you've received and hopefully have read have spoken to issues as they might impact one or another part of the neighborhood and maybe a little bit more specific. But today I'd like to talk about more broad strokes regarding the intensification and this project. Despite the reference by the developer's planner that there won't be any high rises in Manor Park North, implying that they've given in to our northern request, I want to be crystal clear that the community association is here to represent the entire community, north, south, east, and west. We are not against intensification. We are well aware of climate concerns and the inability to sustain sprawl. However, we judge this particular plan as presented right now as far too intense for the absorptive capacity of our community and our neighbors who share the infrastructure. I think as urban communities, we are feeling a little bit assaulted by the city's intensification. It seems like they're trying to make up for past sins of suburban sprawl by jamming so many units now into what's considered the urban core. I've been saying it for years, and it's finally come to light that the development charges haven't nearly been enough to sustain the actual cost of building suburban communities. And as long as we build new builds that are offered at falsely low prices, come with all the bells and whistles that they do in communities with brand new state-of-the-art schools and rec centers and parks, for sure, young families will continue to be lured to the suburbs. As well, right now, suburban transit riders actually have better transit and quicker transit to get downtown than those of us who live in the urban core and have to take milk runs to get to work. If the city's aspiration is to build inclusive and livable cities, then this proposed plan, in our opinion, doesn't fulfill that desire. The proliferation of tower-style dwelling units in the core and here in Manor Park will not attract families. It'll attract mostly singles and couples. With all my years in real estate experience, families don't really want to live in a box in the sky to raise a family. They may get started there, but eventually realize that it's untenable and move to where they can have a little patch of grass or outdoor space. And Mr. Willis even mentioned at the last planning committee meeting that the low-rise, ground-oriented building form was the most desirable for intensification. This OPA does not have enough family-centric, ground-oriented units in its current iteration. We're also very concerned about the city putting the proverbial cart before the horse and approving this OPA as it relates to transportation. The city's been pushing for intensification near transit hubs, and that really totally makes sense. But to call Montreal Road or Hemlock and Beechwood or even Saint Laurent transit priority corridors in their present state is laughable. Anybody who travels regularly on any of these lines will know how jammed and slow moving these roads are. How can the city agree to enormous densification in Manor Park without a plan on how people will be effectively and efficiently moved on public transit or to be able to safely cycle in and out of the neighborhood? We are not close to the LRT. We're actually 4 kilometers from Saint Laurent Station at its closest point, and we have some of the poorest and most unpredictable bus routes in the entire city. Green space, again, also super concerning. The city's been calculating all kinds of non-city owned or in control green spaces as part of the overall green space calculation. For instance, our main park in Manor Park currently is actually owned by the Ottawa Carleton District School Board. Residents now are currently not allowed to use the park during school days. So any families with very young tots who would still go to the tot lot are not allowed to use that space until after 6 o'clock. Should the school close or sell, they can then do what they want with that land and we lose the main part of our park for the neighborhood. So the green spaces that are allocated as part of the OPA don't nearly cover what will be the future need of park space. And if the city standard is 2 hectares per 1,000 persons, then the parks proposed by Manor Park Estates are on approximately 2 hectares for 4,000 people. So already not meeting the city's goal. The city counts the NCC Aviation Parkway as usable green space, but we all know that with the Kettle Island Bridge corridor rearing its ugly head yet again, that if that happens, that green space will definitely be lost as usable green space because it'll become a highway. The city must ensure that the parkland targets are met, and we feel that the green space component of the OPA needs to be further strengthened. Because we feel that the OPA still requires work on form and density, as well as needing to answer important questions regarding recreational infrastructure, schools, and transport, we are asking that this amendment be deferred at least until the transportation, the infrastructure, and the parks and recreation master plans are completed, and a more realistic view of what the future actually looks like in Manor Park be established. Because we
Natalie,
can't.
that's your time. If you can quickly wrap up, please.
I'm just about done. The citizens of Ottawa have been bombarded throughout these last 2 pandemic years by requests for so many profound changes, and without the ability to have really meaningful face-to-face engagements. So we would just like the city to consider deferring the approval of this application for now until more questions can be answered.
Thank you, Natalie. We have a few questions. I just want to remind our committee members, please keep it to questions for the Q&A. We will have plenty of time later on for comments and debate. So Councillor Leeper was the first with the hand up.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Natalie. It's a good presentation and well-researched, very thoughtful. There are some aspects of this proposal that I think are temporary problems, like with transportation. The transportation grid, I hope that your community is fully engaged, and I'm sure you are, with the transportation master plan that will describe the investments we need to make in order to facilitate the kind of intensification that the city anticipates. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about was those recreation facilities. I voted against the new official plan, partly because I don't believe that the city is going to make good on a commitment to ensuring adequate recreation facilities in some of these newly intensified neighborhoods. Where do people swim today? Where are the courts? Where are the gyms? What are the community facilities? And what level of usage are those seeing today?
So I just want to go back to your transportation master plan comment, because the current plan has zero planning for making either Saint Laurent or Hemlock and Beechwood actual transit priority corridors where buses can actually move down the road in an efficient manner. So until we can figure that out, and it's not obvious because they're very limited roadways in width, until that can actually be figured out, I think it's unfair to add that many new cars and people to a transit system and a roadway system that doesn't work well. The other piece of that is that the Hemlock Road opening from Wateridge Village is going to happen in 2022-23. And that's 6,000 housing units of very car-centric people, because they also have terrible transit to get out of their neighborhoods. And the city has sort of bolstered the car culture by having a lot of the townhomes there built with double car garages instead of even a single car. So there's tons of 2-car families there. So we really don't feel that the transportation master plan right now addresses any of this in any meaningful way for the future.
Understood. I tend to be more confident in that than you are. This is going to be a very long build out for these for this development. So well, there's a lot of TMPs to come over the course of the next 15 years.
Yeah,
but we're not here to debate.
For 23 years, Jeff, and the bus has not improved. So.
Understood. So I don't want to debate because we're not allowed to. I did ask a question though. I'm wondering about the recreation facilities.
So right now we swim at the Cote Center in Overbrook, which we definitely have to get to by, I would say, car, because cycling around Saint Laurent is not great. It's okay between Montreal Road and Hemlock, but after Montreal Road, that's a nightmare. And there isn't really an easy way to get through community-wise. We have the library in Vayner or at the Cote Center. And those are the closest. And then Rockliffe Park has a small library. As far as gyms, the main gym for recreation is again the Cote Center in Overbrook. So since The Agrawal family bought the Encounters with Canada. We are hoping that we can use that space to accommodate a lot of the bigger recreation in our community, because one of the things that we haven't had infrastructure that accommodates older kids. We have a lot of small spaces for tots and young kids to work within, but nothing big for older kids. We have used and done programming in Manor Park School. But again, the school board owns the entire site where the school and the park are located. The city at one time had an actual lease with the board for reciprocal use, but that document has disappeared. Nobody can find it. And just last year, the board was going to pave a third of the park to create a parking lot so that they could lure more French immersion teachers to the school, because they all drive there. And they would be able to do that without consultation. We fought it and we got that deferred. But that park infrastructure is not ours to count on for the years to come. And neither, frankly, is the Encounters with Canada building that the Agrawal family bought. I mean, for sure, for the next 20 years, it'll be there. But there will have to be some kind of an exchange made that if things change at Manor Park School and they want to sell it, then we'll have to have somewhere where that infrastructure can be built. And as you know, in an urban center, there's just not a lot of big free land available for people to take and build stuff on.
I am concerned about the capacity of existing recreation facilities with no real plan to build a lot more recreation facilities, pools being one of the key ones. And I'm just wondering again, what is the current usage of your local municipal pool? Will you need a new pool when this development goes in?
Well, I would imagine that in pre-pandemic times, I know that the Saint Laurent pool is a very highly used facility, and it's not really particularly a big pool either. It's not like the Nepean Sportsplex pool and so on. So I would say probably, given that we have, such a winter that's long as we do, that's something that people can do in the winter time. And with global warming, we can't count on the ODRs to be very, very much in the future.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate the answers.
Okay, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd also like to thank you for your thoughtful presentation, Natalie, on behalf of the Community Association, which provides an incredibly representative view of the residents' perspectives in Manor Park. I have a number of questions, and the first one is, what do you consider to be Manor Park's fair share of the city's intensification goals?
So we are the proposed development of 4,000 units on about 13 hectares represents about 295 units per hectare. Water Ridge Development, which is our sister community, which the city likes in their planning demonstration to use as available green space to us. But they are 6,000 units on 131 acres. So they have a density of 45 units per hectare. And this is a brand new community that was approved and built and is continuing to be built as we speak. The city's goal of urban intensification, I believe, is in the range of 212 units per hectare. So if we even just used that modeling, that would reduce this application by about 1,000 units. So we do get intensification, but we also want it to be in the spirit of the community that's around. Right now, the plan shows 6-story apartment buildings facing the Manor Park Public School. So you're gonna have this wall of balconies looking over this elementary school from JK to grade 6. I just don't feel like that's a very appropriate look for a community school environment. And the junior kindergarten yard is at the front of the school, so that would be facing onto those apartment buildings. So I feel like that's a place where lower density or townhouses or stacked towns would be more appropriate, with some living space more in the rear. I'm sure we're going to get some high rises, and we're okay with that, but we just feel like there is too much high-rise density and not enough livable ground-oriented development.
And I think you're touching on one of my other questions, which is what is the appropriate built form, including housing typologies for Manor Park? I'll just leave that question with you there.
Well, so, as a real estate agent, of a long time, I've seen what happens and I've seen what the market calls for. And it's no wonder that young families are going to go and buy in the suburbs because they get to have a little patch of yard. They get to have all the bells and whistles, with all the granite countertops, 2.5 bathrooms, a garage for less money than even a condo apartment costs in the center of the city. So why wouldn't they want? And now with more people working at home, and I think in Ottawa, that is really going to be going forward a large part of our working system, because we have a lot of more office type work that can be done remotely. More people are going to require a bit more space to be in their dwellings, day and night. So they're going to not want to live as well in a box. And from a practical perspective, as a family with strollers and wagons and all of that stuff, to live in an apartment block or even in a stacked townhouse where there's very little storage is very challenging. And that's why we see the drive out to the burbs.
So we know that that's the challenge with the typologies, which you just outlined. So in your opinion, and maybe this perspective, based on all the surveying that the community association has done, is really more question around what the majority of Manor Park residents think. What is the appropriate density for Manor Park, and what would that look like?
Well, I think the idea of building more dense in a low-rise format is very workable, and certainly along Saint Laurent Boulevard, especially south of Hemlock, where there are more high-rises, and along the end of Brittany near to Montreal Road, I can see those spots as being okay for towers. But as you get closer to existing residential and the plans to impede on Saint Laurent North, closer to Blasdale, there are a lot of single family homes and small homes around there. To gain some commercial space, I'd rather push that back closer to the intersection of Saint Laurent and Montreal Road, rather than edging further into the neighborhood. But the ground floor podium style units that Fotan referred to earlier is definitely on a street like Saint Laurent North very workable. And I fear that would be what would end up anyway, because even if the city aspires to have commercial on the ground floor and mixed use, the city cannot impose it. You have no method to force a developer to actually stick with a plan of having commercial on the ground floor. As we know, the pandemic especially has brought everybody to online shopping. Today's youth is way more online oriented, and they don't get the value of shopping at your neighborhood bookstore or your neighborhood this or that. So we find even in current commercial situations, a lot of services being put in, like lawyers or dentists or doctors, not really retail stores that people would go shop to. So I can definitely see what will happen on the north end of Saint Laurent. Those will turn into podium style townhouse units facing the street. But I mean, we hope we could create more retail because it would make our neighborhood more walkable. But the reality is that it's unlikely that would happen just because of the nature of how society is moving. We can't even fill our commercial space on Beechwood. And Claridge, who's has a proposal for an apartment building, which was 6 years ago a condo and today is double the density and a rental, has eliminated the retail on the ground floor, saying it's untenable and unrentable. And this is on the main street of the neighborhood, of so many neighborhoods, of Vayner and Rockliffe and Lindenley and Manor Park. So it's pretty hard to expect that it'll happen in other places.
Noting that you mentioned commercial on St. Laurent North, I'm wondering if you could speak about what you think the prospects are for the new village square that has been proposed.
Well, I think that I'm not going to speak to that specifically because I don't know the details of it enough to really respond properly. But I would say that the commercial should stick closer to the Saint Laurent Hemlock intersection because it would be more central there and close to other retail, and they could feed off each other than shimmying up Saint Laurent too far north where it's going to be too disconnected from the rest of the retail.
I appreciate that. We had seen some concerns from a number of residents about that location kind of being feeding into the community rather than supporting the main street that has had some commercial in the past. So I wanted to ask that question. Another question I wanted to ask is, in terms of what you've seen from community input, what will be the impact of the proposed redevelopment on the community character of Manor Park and its sense of community? And I think you touched on this a bit.
Well, Manor Park is like a really special neighborhood. There are third generations coming back to roost in the neighborhood. So that's pretty special. And it speaks a lot to the experience of growing up and living in that neighborhood. I think that one of the beauties of the neighborhood in its current state is that kids are playing outside. They are playing on the streets. They are going to the park. It's a really free range kind of environment. But, as we know, we don't really let our kids anymore go to the park by themselves because there's the guy in the white van that's going to take them away. And so our culture of how we raise our kids has also really changed. So the fear is, again, with the typology that's proposed of so many high-rise buildings, that families will, if they are living in those units, will never let those kids go outside and they'll be on their little iPads the whole time because the parkland or the outdoor space is, 5 floors down or 10 floors down, and you won't let your kids go there by themselves. So having more ground-oriented units that have a little patch of green space or play space that a mom can keep or dad can keep an eye out on the kids, I think is going to keep the integrity of the community feeling. And we also know that people who live in high rises don't really engage in the communities that they live in the same way. They may engage in their own.
Natalie, I have to stop you there. I'm sorry. I've heard
All right.
a lot of very derisive comments about people who live in apartments and apartments themselves. I don't think that's fair. I think every person who lives in a community is part of a community and contributes to the community. Councillor King, do you have any other questions?
I do. Since Natalie had touched and was talking about children, I wanted to ask about concerns for the impact of Manor Park's proposed redevelopment on existing schools and school services going forward. I think that's a very important consideration.
So the East End is due for a big review of for the OCDSB, which is the main school in Manor Park. They're due for review. There are 3 school sites at Wateridge that have been optioned, one by the OCDSB, the Catholic Board French and the Public Board French. But we don't know what the OCDSB is thinking about how they want to manage their schooling. Will there be enough kids in Wateridge to warrant building a school there? Would they close Manor Park School to build a new school in Wateridge and then sell off their school in Manor Park to another board? None of the boards have actually exercised their options in Wateridge. And those people who have moved there are upset because they got told by the salespeople at the sales offices that there'd be schools, and they're there now, for 3-4 years and nothing. So figuring out how the impact of new families and new children on our community school, it draws such a huge boundary right now. There are some kids that are on the bus for an hour coming from Wateridge or from Overbrook, and even like the Avenue Q, PZ, just on the other side near train yards. And they're on the bus for 50 minutes to come to school. So what would happen with an impact or an influx of a lot of new kids in the neighborhood, we don't know. And that is a big concern.
Well, I appreciate that. I just make the short comment that we know that there are too many children in that school that are being sent to that school when we have other schools in the area that don't have the same type of population. So that's a huge challenge and a huge consideration if we're looking at this greater density being proposed. I have one last question, Chair. And it really is a question around the future vision around Manor Park. And I'd like to ask Natalie, what changes would you suggest or the community association suggest for the Manor Park redevelopment to make it more appropriate for this community?
Just on some more technical things, I'd like to, the park that's proposed in Manor Park North, we really feel is more of an amenity space for the proposed dwellings around it. It's not really open to the community at large. It's blocked by a 6-story building on Braemar. So we feel that that doesn't open it up for the community use. We are really concerned that if that were the park, because the school changes what they're doing there, that it would be way too small to accommodate all of the new residents and the current residents, because the school field there is now our soccer field for all of our young soccer players. And it has 2 baseball diamonds. It could also, half of it be gone for a parking lot next year. We have no control over that. So I feel the Parkland is not large enough. We're also very concerned about the exit from the part of the development between Saint Laurent and Braemar. There's a roadway out onto Hemlock. So that would be people turning from Saint Laurent onto Hemlock, right away getting to an intersection, then right away again to another intersection. This would really impede safe walking. The kids are walking to school on that street, and also safe cycling. So that we had made very clear in our first comments, and that never changed. And again, the transition of the high rises from the north end of Brittany coming towards the built up current residential area, we feel needs to get toned down in order to not be as impactful on the current residences. So those are like just small things that, well, they're not small things, but those are just like 3 obvious things that we would like to see changed.
I appreciate your answers, Natalie. I appreciate the work that you've been doing for the community and representing their views. I would agree with you based on the inputs that have been brought to my office from MPCA, that I think that deferral is a reasonable option here. I think that there are items that you have outlined, and I'm just wanting to inform the chair that I'll be working with Councillor Manor to see the introduction of such a motion that would ask for a deferral, so that there will be a greater opportunity for consultation with the community on these specific items that you've outlined. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thanks, Ralston.
Councillor Kitt.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation, Natalie. Something you said really struck me. I have to ask you about it. So you said it's easier to get downtown by transit from the suburbs than from Manor Park. So I'm wondering, how long does it take you to get to downtown from where you live?
So the number 7, which runs through Manor Park, it starts at Saint Laurent and ends at Carleton University. So even on the westbound trip, it already starts getting clogged on Saint Laurent Boulevard at peak hours. So it would take probably 30 to 35 minutes to take the bus from my house to Parliament, approximately. And I could walk there in about 50 minutes. Not in like -40 and piles of snow, but I've walked it in 50-55 minutes from my house. Whereas from Barrhaven, you can get on a transitway line and be downtown in about 50. Now maybe it's a bit longer with the LRT because you have to make a change, right? There's not as a direct a bus anymore, but it's quite shocking that the differences are not as great as you would think.
Right, but I mean, 50 minutes is still longer than 35.
It is, however, you know, people.
It's not easier. You had said easier to get downtown on transit.
Well, you could get before the LRT on one bus and be downtown, right? So that now there's a change, so it's a little bit more onerous. There's more work in the trip, but the trade-off is though that people who live downtown for the same priced property live in less house or less apartment than somebody that's in the suburbs. So if the trip difference isn't really that significant for transit, if you're an actual transit taker, why wouldn't you go and live further out and have a slightly longer trip and get way more house for less money or way more house for the same money than you would living downtown? So
Right.
That's all I just want to illustrate, is that the transit that we have is not very fast. And we don't in our community get to benefit from the LRT whatsoever. It's far from us.
Right. Okay. Well, I did want to set the record straight a little bit because I pulled up the OC Transpo Planner while you were chatting.
Yeah.
One of my dearest friends lives on Georgetown Private, so I used her address to plug it in. It said 34 minutes, so consistent to what you're telling us, and that's not in rush hour traffic. I live in Navan. It would take me 1 hour and 32 minutes to walk to the closest bus station. So I don't do that when I take transit. I use the park and ride. If I can organize myself to get to the one bus that comes to Navan in the morning. If not, I go to Millennium Park, which is in South Orleans, which I also represent. Right now, departing at 10:40 was when I plugged it in, and appreciating that it's not rush hour. It's 1 hour to City Hall from Millennium Park from a different address in Avalon that's not a major transit hub. It's an hour and 8 minutes one way. And from an address in Stittsville, it was 1 hour and 37 minutes. And we know that South Orleans and Stittsville are high growth areas in the suburbs and are coming online at a density much greater than that of Manor Park at present. So I had to sort of set the record straight that it is not easier to get to downtown by transit depending on where you're coming from in the suburbs.
But again, you chose like the latest and greatest developments for transit, right? So again, the newer, further developments, so like Navan and Stittsville.
We don't need to enter in a debate on this. Councillor Leap or Councillor Kitts, is that it for your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Once I made it in from Stittsville to City Hall in 1 hour and 10 minutes on the bus and train. That's my record in rush hour. Councillor Leaper.
Point taken, Chair. So I'm looking at this. This is one of those things where it's a secondary plan that is specific to the development that the developer wants to build. We see that relatively frequently at the city. It's not necessarily a neighborhood secondary plan that defines over a more natural, organic neighborhood, you know, where should tall buildings be? Where should low-rise buildings be? Where should commercial be? It's very specific to what the developer wants to build. When I look at the bigger, broader context, I just wonder whether if there was a deferral of this application, whether the community would be interested in having a discussion about a broader secondary plan that considers the wider neighborhood and maybe some trade-offs in return for lower density where the developer is seeking to develop. I'm looking at the north portion of this, and the surrounding community of which this development will be a part is R1K. It has a minimum 18 meter lot width. Height is 8 meter height limit. So these are like a 6 meter required front yard setback. Would you be interested in a discussion that would see that neighborhood upzone to something like an R3 in order to allow more semi-detached triplexes, long semis, in return for lower density in what the developer's interest is in this particular parcel?
So that's a really good question. And I know that with the province's desire to eliminate R1 zoning, that kind of change is coming to Manor Park soon, whether we like it or not. But I certainly would rather manage that kind of road and pathway than have it imposed on us. So I'm going to speak more from a personal perspective than as the representative of the community association at this point. But I don't think that it's unrealistic to expect a 60 by 90 foot lot to accommodate 2 semi-detached houses that could be sold independently, and each of those having an accessory unit in the basement.
Yep.
Because there have been McMansions built that would take up exactly the same amount of volume as 2 separate houses. So I think that would be community sensitive intensification, as opposed to just saying you can now build a 4-story apartment block next door. And
right.
Part of but it's also a two-edged sword, because when you allow that kind of zoning to happen, all of a sudden it also makes the land prices go up, right? So it makes it less affordable than it might have been before anyway. So and we've seen this in Vayner for sure, how much the prices of properties of things that like really are not in good condition skyrocket, because you can now build way more on them. Right?
For upzoning, and then we've normalized some of the existing historical patterns in Westboro through R3 zoning that's probably going to be applied citywide, but it does allow for more housing. More units, right? So long semis on a property that would have 4 principal dwelling units and 4 secondary dwelling units, would easily be accommodated on these lots in the R1K, the long semis.
4 would be tough because our yards are, but anyway, yes, more than one for sure, more than one with an accessory unit.
Okay, and I appreciate your honesty in that reply, because it's a better way of city planning to take a more organic look at what is actually the neighborhood rather than the parcel that the developer is interested in when we're doing things like secondary plans.
We'd be very interested in doing a very holistic and total approach to the Manor Park, future.
Yeah, fantastic. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Councilor Leeper, and thank you, Natalie, for joining us this morning.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker number 4, is Aiz Como. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your first name correctly. I'm sorry.
Hi, just a second. No, it's Aisha. It's
Aisha.
all right.
Okay,
Yes.
welcome.
I thought this was adjusted well. It seems like it isn't. Okay. Hello, everyone. Some of you already know me. It's Aisha Como. I'm a tenant of Manor Park going on 7 years, and I'm a former volunteer with the MPCA, current member of the CBA working group, and I've been involved with the OPA from the beginning. And I'm a resident of Manor Park. As a resident of Manor Park, I'm involved and connected with my community at a personal level, as well as some volunteer activities. As you're all aware of the ugly and unfortunate events that the former tenants of the Heron Gate had to live through, though battle isn't over for those tenants yet, you can all imagine the thoughts that came to the mind of current Manor Park tenants when they heard that there was going to be a development. And personally, I'm still working on calming down some of my neighbors around the neighborhood, because they think that this is going to happen to them. And I see that this is quite the change of tone from the whole, transit versus heights versus all sorts of other stuff. Other residents of Manor Park are concerned. I'm more here for the tenants of Manor Park Estates and those who are actually, or renting either from Manor Park Estates or around the neighborhood. From the families that live in these units that are going to be directly affected from the change, not living on the other side of Saint Laurent and, we're going to have more people in our neighborhood, there's going to be more cars kind of thing. So bear with me. So I understand that Councillor King has his reservations about the OPA, and I have no doubt that he has his own reasons, although he did support the new OP as far as I know. But I'd like to bring it to the attention of the council members that Mr. Agarwal has been dedicated to open communication from day one, and has expressed his intentions of no dem eviction, no displacement, and rent control more times than I can count, at every single opportunity, at every single presentation, online gathering that has happened. And more importantly, he actually took the responsibility and the steps that are required to make these promises legally binding by voluntarily signing an MOU agreement, which is unheard of in the history of City of Ottawa, as far as I know. I think Herringate is still working on their MOU, as I don't know if it's finalized. So as much as the homeowners of the Manor Park would prefer to keep our neighborhood just the way it is, and I would too, because I love my neighborhood. That's why I've been living here for so long. That's why I chose to raise my family here. It is impossible to ignore the city's new official plan, which encourages and allows densification in our ward. Our community of Manor Park Estates tenants and other residents who took the time to read the city's new official plan and understands the city's approach to densification and changing zoning laws would much prefer to work with Mr. Agarwal than to deal with big developer who won't blink an eye before evicting tenants with minimum legal notice and compensation, which I may remind you is an insult for someone who barely can make the ends meet. Then I'd like to ask the council members to put themselves in the shoes of these tenants and to make an honest to self decision about which options they would prefer before forcing Manor Park Estates to sell their lands, because that's what's going to end up happening, is that if we keep blocking the road every single time there's an OPA, instead of trying to work with them, instead of trying to give them a feedback and tell them what we actually want, because Mr. Agarwal is really open to all these suggestions. And like, what will happen if the neighborhood gets sold and develops by another big developer? It's going to end up poorly for everybody: tenants, homeowners, the environment, transit, anything else that people seem to really care for about this OPA. So they're not actually, the big developers aren't going to listen. They're not going to consult the community. They're not going to consult the community association, which may or may not present the tenants. They're going to build a 40-story building at the Hemlock and Saint Laurent. They're not going to care. And Mr. Agarwal has already made an amendment to that specific building and lowered the heights on it. So, and he always expresses his openness to suggestion and willing to be listening. So I ask you not to get stuck on things that cannot be avoided, like density and the effects of the environment, because those are part of the OP, not just this OPA. I ask you to allow the Manor Park Estates to slowly make this transition while putting the tenants first, consulting, listening, and caring what the community has to say. Consider this. How will you feel about your vote if these lands get actually developed by big companies instead of Manor Park Estates, and all 654 units get evicted with nothing but 3 months rent in hand? Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Are there any questions from committee? Yes, Councillor King.
Thank you, Aisha, for your delegation. I had questions around your view of the MOU and the CBA. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that process. Obviously, my office had been involved in that. It was one of the things that, after listening to community consultation, we asked for in our position paper, so that it would be formalized. As we know, the applicant did make a commitment. Of course, that was a verbal commitment, and my office had asked for an agreement. And of course, we know that those agreements are outside of the auspices of the Planning Act. But I was just wondering if you could elaborate on your views, because I do see this as being, a very important element, and an element that I will be willing to support if this is approved. Because I think it is important for residents to have an ongoing say in terms of the rollout of development and amenities. So I just wanted to get your perspective on how that looks and what that means to residents, tenants in Manor Park Estates.
As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Manor Park Estates already signed the MOU, but the city hasn't. Is that correct? Is that still the standing?
Well, I'll defer to staff, but I believe that a document has been signed by both parties.
Okay.
And of course, the MOU is complacent upon the approval of the OPA at the end of the day.
Of course. It's just a big step that he was willing to do that without being, Herringate had to get legally involved, and it took them such a long time to get it done, where this developer is willing to do it on his own and voluntarily. More on the MOU CBA working group. I personally feel that the CBA doesn't have, and I mean, this is the definition, I guess, is that they don't really have much say into how things work with rent control. It's a new thing for Ottawa. I am hoping that with the working group, we are going to be able to communicate better with the developer onto what it is actually important to the community as far as the environment, the green space, the park space, all the other things. There's so much input we can get out of that communication with the developer, with the CBA and the working group. So it is very important. We've only had one meeting. So it was just the beginning. We're just getting our surroundings and, how responsibilities are going to be shared with amongst the members and whatnot. But I'm hoping that it will be a very useful tool. On the other hand, I'm also feeling like there are subjects that cannot be controlled really by the developer that are being brought up. That is not under his control or responsibility. That is also this part of this conversation, as well as the working group and the CBA. There's, school board is not part of his domain. He doesn't decide, neither does the city. Green space, yes, he gets to allocate, he gets to decide how much room to allocate for green space and park space and whatnot. That is one thing that is really important to the community. And the fact that all these parking lots that are in our neighborhood currently behind the units where we park our cars is going to be replaced. They're all going to be underground parking as far as the proposal goes. And most of that is going to be replaced by green space is a huge improvement from what we have right now. So, I mean, I understand that people who live in high rises may not allow their kids to go down to the green space patch in front of the building, but there's a bunch of families with little children that live downtown that don't even have a green space to go in front of their houses to. I mean, the people who live in Manor Park on this side of Manor Park, on this side of Saint Laurent, don't stay here once they start having multiple children. The MPCA has actually done a survey at the very beginning when I was involved from the get-go of the demographic of the current residents, and the number of families with young children did not come up to be the majority of the population. It was not. So people who live across the street from me who own townhouses with a garage and a small yard, I've been living here for 7 years. The street across from me has about 10 houses. Out of the 10 houses in 7 years, only 2 of them are still there. Everyone has sold once or twice, and there've been changes. People come here when they freshly married or before they have one kid, they see the house is not big enough, yard is not big enough, they sell, move out to a bigger place. The city decided with the new OP is that densification is required and our ward is part of it. We can't do anything about that anymore. The OP has been approved. The OPA can't change that. The developer cannot change that. We cannot change that. So if the city decided that this is going to be a higher density neighborhood, the best we can do is to take the developer that is willing to listen, communicate, and adjust their plans to work with them on what could be a mutual meeting point that benefits both the community on either side of Saint Laurent or either side of Manor Park. And that allows the developer to make money because, I mean, this is his living. This is how he, this is his job. And then make the community and the tenants content as best as possible. It's impossible to make everybody happy. We all know that. But, we can at least try to work. And he's willing to talk, he's willing to listen, he's willing to open to suggestions. And there are no plans, there are no architects that have been involved yet. So every feedback from every single person, he's willing to listen and take into consideration. I think this is huge. How many clearage consultations have you had that was willing to do this?
And I don't discount that, so I might leave it there, Chair. But the reality is, obviously, we have an applicant who we are working with, and I don't purport to speak for the applicant. The applicant can speak for himself, but has made a commitment, a long-term commitment to the community, has made investments in the community that the community association and residents have been appreciative of, and has also agreed to work through an MOU framework, as we've heard, to ensure that there is no displacement and that there are some elements of affordability around housing. And in our last working group, we did hear from the applicant that there would be a willingness to continue to have that conversation within the context of the community benefits agreement, despite the fact that that might not be the exact legal mechanism to do so. I am in support of the idea that there will be a continuing conversation in the context of a wide-ranging OPA of development, ongoing development like this, where we would see multiple development applications come in, because I think it is important for the community to have an ongoing say in a holistic way about how the development goes forward. And for that, I also applaud the applicants. And I see that there's a lot of work that obviously is being undertaken by the applicant in the city to move in this direction. And for that, I'm gratified. And I'm pleased that my office has a role in that and is encouraging that process. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. We appreciate your work too. Absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor King. So just to confirm, the applicant has signed an MOU. The city cannot sign until council has carried this report. Councillor Cloutier has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Comeau. Just a précision, the legally binding MOU for Heron Gate was passed by council last October. It has many of the provisions that are in the current MOU, such as no displacement and an affordable housing and other components. But that OPA for Heron Gate is currently under appeal. I just wanted to point that out to delegations, to Ms. Comeau, and to committee members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Next speaker, sorry, Mr. Chair. Next speaker, my husband will speak on the same screen.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Sure.
The previous two speakers were from the community association, and it's clear that they're very much against what's in front of us today. We rarely hear from tenants at our planning committee. We almost exclusively hear from homeowners. What's your reaction when you hear opposition like you heard in the last couple of speakers?
To say the least, there's a reason I stopped volunteering with the MPCA. And I didn't feel that it was presenting the whole community. Yes, it is called a community association, but it seems to be very, how should I say? The community association has been around for many years, obviously, and they have had minimum involvement. If I may be the first tenant actually, or I may not be, that has actually volunteered at the MPCA from the Manor Park Estates tenants per se. I didn't feel that, I felt that my free time and efforts could be put to better use if I stopped volunteering with the MPCA and get involved with the working group, because I felt that I could make better impact and more direct impact per se if I were to volunteer with the working group and the CBA versus volunteering with the MPCA. If I had my time, I could juggle both, but unfortunately I work full time and I have young children. So my free time on volunteering is limited. So that's why I switched from MPCA to the working group for my volunteer time, because I felt that would be a better impact. Opposition is always going to be there. I mean, we're human beings. Nobody's ever going to agree on everything. It doesn't really, I don't have strong feelings about it because that's how those people feel. I'm not just saying MPCA wise, but people who express their opinions, everybody's entitled to their opinion. And that's how they feel being, living where they are, living here for as long as they have lived, being the owners or whatever situation they're in, that is their feeling. And I mean, I would love to keep this neighborhood just the way it is. I love the townhouses. I love the community feel. I love the neighborhood. I love being able to chat with my neighbors walking by, walking their dogs or their kids or whatever. But the fact is that we are not going to be able to stop the densification of this neighborhood. The city has decided this with the new OP. So, and it's not going to happen tomorrow. That's the other thing, is that by the time I live down on Manor Park, on Mark Circle, so I'm closer to the stables of our CMP. So this part of Manor Park is phase 3 or 4. They're not going to break ground here for in the next 20, 25 years, maybe even longer. So it's not an overnight change. And the number of dwellings that are proposed, from what I understand, is just a number at the moment. That is for the purposes of the infrastructure for the city, for the planning and the next, next phases of infrastructure updates. So just because it says 4,000 units doesn't mean there's going to be 4,000 units. That's a number. Again, they're open to suggestions. They're open to planning changes. There are no architects on the scene yet that proposed anything. So that's, everybody needs to have their say. I just feel like there needs to be more representation of the tenants who are actually going to be directly affected by this change.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Eglai has a question for you.
Yeah, more of a comment, and I'll keep it quick, Chair, because I know you have a busy meeting, but I want to thank you for coming out, because and echo what the chair said. I think it's very important that we hear from everyone in the community, whether they own or rent. And I think you bring a valuable perspective. I'm someone who comes from Montreal. As a kid, I grew up in apartments, and it's much more acceptable in Montreal, it seems, than it is in Ottawa. And I think if we're going to get to be able to grapple with the densification issues that we need to in the city, we need to hear from more people such as yourself that can bring that perspective to the planning committee and have those discussions. So I want to really thank you for that, because as the chair said, we don't hear a lot from people who rent their accommodations. And I certainly welcome the opportunity to hear more from people who rent, so we can make those bigger decisions, because many of the applications come in front of us are for townhome rental developments, apartment rental developments. So I think we do need to hear more from people. And I think as a council and as a city, we have to do more to recognize this is a perfectly legitimate housing choice that people make. So thank you very much. I found it very refreshing to hear that perspective, and thank you for taking time this morning to be with us.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Keith. Merci, Aïché, pour votre présentation ce matin. Notre prochaine délégation est André Como, dans la même, sur le même ordinateur, la même salle. Bonjour, André.
Well, you wanted tenants to talk, and I guess you're going to get a double dose, and it's going to be a bit on the same topic, so I apologize. I'd hope we'd be spaced out a little bit so you can hear some sides and balance it all out. I like to apologize to Councillor King. I feel like as tenants, we failed to properly communicate our views on the development at an earlier stage, and it's kind of put you in a not maybe awkward position of trying to represent the community And speaking to the heights that a lot of people are worried about, but maybe not weighing the value of the memorandum of understanding with the same weight that the tenants have for it. And I'd also like to thank Andrew McCrae for dealing with my emotional and perhaps irrational comments and questions. So like my wife said, I've been a tenant for 7 years. I love this place. And when I talk to my neighbors that rent, we all support the OPA. Yeah, we'd rather live in our townhouses. And yes, we love our gardens. We walk outside into our yards. And yeah, we love our community, the people we live next to. That's why we all stay here so long. The unfortunate part is that we're not actually deciding between living in townhouses or living in high rises here. As tenants, we're actually choosing between living in a high rise at our current rent or paying $12,000 a year more for a similar unit in a similar neighborhood. I mean, you guys are counselors, so you guys make a lot of money, right? And $12,000 may not be a lot to you, but for a lot of my neighbors, that's the difference between putting a bit of savings in the bank and having to go on subsidized housing. Like that's the reality for a lot of the people who make $50,000, $40,000, $30,000 a year per household in our rental. And that kind of leads us to an uncomfortable part of this all is somebody's going to have to pay for this. Like, right? Like there's this memorandum of understanding has real costs. And that is a big reason why we're seeing the proposal as it is. Based on some back of the envelope calculations where market rents are for similar sized units, which are running about 1,200 square feet for these townhouses, is sitting at about $2,200 a month. And right now, my family's paying $1,100 a month. So when the developer builds, when he builds a similar unit, he's going to lose $1,100 off the top line, off his revenue. But based on construction costs, which are about $350,000 a unit now, and interest rates and maintenance costs, is probably going to lose $200 a month more on operations. So my calculations is that each one of these no dem eviction clause, like everyone who benefits from this no dem eviction clause, is going to cost $1,300 a month to the developer. And when you put that into my non-economics math, but just like high number thinking, you assume a rate of return similar to the no, sorry, I'm getting ahead. When you multiply that $1,300 a month, 650 tenants, 20 years, you're looking at $150 to $200 million coming out of the developer's pocket to meet this commitment. And as far as I know, that's the biggest chunk of money that has been put forward as a poverty reduction plan in the city of Ottawa, like maybe even Canada. And when you have those kinds of numbers in play, you kind of have to make sacrifices. And in this case, in order to pay for that amount of money while not losing money on the entire development, you're going to need to build about 3,000, 6,000 units. And that's pretty much what we have in front of us. It would be nice, I'm sure, if we were to give the developer a lot more acreage. He would build smaller, shorter units like everybody wants. But as far as I know, the NCC isn't giving away land yet. And that's kind of where we're at. And also, I've been speaking a lot about how the tenants feel about this. And I'd like to, like, maybe I'm biased, maybe I have something to gain and I'm not thinking of my neighbors. But based on my understanding of the new OP, all the buildings being proposed are permitted. They would require some zoning changes, but they're permitted under the OP. And I would say that this—
30 seconds.
Okay, I'd say that this plan reduces heights dramatically. In the South Lands, not so much because there's existing high rises, but more specifically, north portions of the land, the OP allows for 40-story buildings, and the developer has reduced that height to 9. I think that's a big win for the community. It's much better transition for single-family homeowners. And my greatest fear is that the land is sold off to another developer, and then I get evicted with no real compensation for that. But it's also my best retirement plan, because if it's getting sold, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to come to this committee with a zoning amendment to build 40-story towers. So guess that's my time. So if there's questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Councillor King has a question.
I just wanted to ask, and thank you for your presentation, but I wanted to ask, or maybe encourage you to get involved in the working group. I think that the working group around the CBA will allow for there to be this continuing dialogue on affordability, which is what I'm really excited about. This idea that we would have a community benefits agreement that would allow for greater participation by residents, because it wasn't, I can honestly tell you, for a lack of trying. In terms of many of the consultations, my office was on the ground for also the community benefits agreement. One of my staff members who's monitoring the call can attest, we went out on the coldest weekend this winter to really go out and knock on doors and ask for more inputs from tenants. So maybe a brief question is, I'm just curious about how many other tenants have you been engaging with? How many other neighbors have you also been engaging with who share your perspective? And of course, we want those neighbors engaged, of course, in a CBA process if this file is approved. And as you know, I definitely support the idea of the MOU in the CBA, but obviously I've been listening to the hundreds of residents who have reached out to me saying that they have concerns, and those concerns are primarily not against the idea of intensification, but the scope and the scale. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
I guess most of the residents that I speak with have a bit of a maybe fatalistic view of the development, where we're tenants, we don't have the same amount of rights, and it's just the way life is. It's been really hard to convince people to get involved and even write letters or even join the MPCA or even fill out the MPCA survey when it came out, which is a bit disappointing. I'd say in our conversations with our neighbors that we see walking the dogs, probably 50 to 60 people who live close enough for regular interactions where we see each other's faces and say hi and maybe discuss, these things as we walk by each other. And most of them come out as opposed because no one wants to live in high rises. But once the math is kind of gone over, that there's actually, you don't have, you'll have to move out, but you won't pay more and you'll have the same kind of size. People really respond to that and say, oh yeah, that's all right. I think I could live with that.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. I'm seeing no more questions. So merci, André. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is Martin Adelar. Is Martin with us, Kelly? Haven't seen his name on screen.
No, Chair, he isn't on the call.
Okay, so Martin is representing the Ottawa Community Benefits Network, and he has sent us a written submission that would be in the committee drive, and councillors would have received that. So we'll move to our next speaker, Julie Taub. Good morning, Julie. You're on mute there, Julie. Julie, you're on mute. I don't know if you can hear me. Still on mute, Julie.
Okay.
There you go. Good morning.
I'm here as a resident of Manor Park since 1978. And when I was a teacher at Andre Laurando High School in Vayner, I am no longer a teacher. I'm a retired teacher and currently an immigration lawyer for the last 20 years. We moved to Manor Park at that time for one reason. Our choice was Manor Park or Alta Vista. It was for the trees, the tree canopy. And I'm not sure that there's been enough attention given to the environmental impacts, the consequences of the official plan and more particularly of this plan for Manor Park. Okay, currently 39% of Manor Park enjoys a mature tree canopy. And I'm not sure if anyone has brought these figures forward, but one mature tree captures 48 pounds, approximately up to 48 pounds of carbon dioxide per year. And 1 hectare of a forest captures up to 40 tons of carbon dioxide per year. Has anyone given any thought to the number of mature trees that will be sacrificed, that will be clear cut for this development? I haven't heard anybody speak to that issue to date from the City Council or from any of the participants. Now, I have found a glaring example of Ottawa City Council's blatant disregard for the environment. It's funny that in the midst of the environmental emergency and a pandemic, City Council has their so-called public consultations when everybody is preoccupied with getting vaccinations or not getting sick, children studying at home. There was no time. This was not the time to have any meaningful consultations regarding the official plan and in particular what is happening in Manor Park. We were all too preoccupied with an incredible emergency situation. But somehow in the midst of all this, which perhaps reflects Ottawa City Council's outlook or blatant disregard for the environment, the City of Ottawa approved the plans for Otto's BMW dealership on Hunt Club Road to pave over 1.57 hectares of mature pine forest for a parking lot. They approved this. So this to me represents City Council's bias towards development and willful blindness to the environmental consequences in its urban planning. So let's get to Manor Park. In addition to the loss of the mature canopy, which is inevitable with the plans that are here, which is inevitable, there is something that is called urban heat island intensity, or UHI. So intense urban intensification, such as what is planned for Manor Park and the City of Ottawa in general, will increase UHI. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? UHI simply puts that the greater the intensification of urbanization, the greater the increase in heat absorption and greater heat release from both the creation of a mini concrete jungle and increased human population density. Taller buildings, more buildings, decrease in vegetation and tree canopy increases heat, pollution, and radiation trapping in a dense urban setting. This exposes urban dwellers to extra heat stress as well as heat-related problems during hot summer days. The risk of heat morbidity and mortality increases as the UHI effect interacts with heat waves by prolonging and intensifying the UHI effect. You just have to drive along Beachwood Avenue towards Hemlock Avenue, and there's a noticeable decrease in the temperature in the summer as you drive east through the mature tree canopy. I did the research on this, and my source is Nature Communications, May 2020 publication. On the influence.
That's your time. Could you please wrap up?
Okay. In my opinion, the whole official plan and the plan for intensification is based on greed and not need. I don't know if anybody noticed in March 19, 2022, Ottawa Citizen, they had a full page ad for homes and condo builders map, which details of 95 developments that are currently in process. We have 650 units here, many townhouses. Would it not make more sense environmentally and for affordability to convert these townhouses to individual freehold townhouses, such as done on Cummings Avenue? That would greatly increase the number of affordable housing in this area. They will not be $1 million townhouses, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. I gave you some extra time to wrap up. You just continued your presentation. It's just of notes. You have a couple of questions for you from councillors, but of notes, City Council never approved the autos project on Hunt Club because city councillors, myself, and I'm just speaking. I'm just speaking.
Right,
so city councillors like Councillor Dean and Councillor Brockington and myself and Chair Gower worked with the city, and the city was going to oppose that. And they were going to bring forward a refusal recommendation to committee. So autos withdrew. Thanks. I'm not sure why you're talking over me. A question for you from Councillor King.
Just two observations, and I'd like to thank you, Co-Chair Moffat, for pointing that out. I was going to point out that that application was withdrawn. That was mentioned, and I also just wanted to also point out that we have heard, or my office did hear from many other residents, including yourself, Julie, about concerns around not enough green space and the retention of the tree canopy. So I just wanted to put that on record. I'm concerned about it. That's one of the issues that I'm raising here. The community association had been concerned about it, and we literally had hundreds of people as well reach out to us. So your concerns are definitely shared across the community, and as well with I don't presume to speak on behalf of colleagues as well around this table, but many of us are concerned about the tree canopy, including myself. I heard from one resident who was so concerned that they used an analogy. I don't know if it was apt. They said, we live in Manor Park, not Toronto's Thorncliffe Park. We want to see the maintenance of the tree canopy within our communities, because that's what defines Manor Park, the concept of a community actually being in a park-like setting. So I just want you to just to reassure you that many of the residents and the community association and others do share your concerns. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor King. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. We move on now to our 8th speaker, which is Sean Shuck.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members.
Good morning, Sean.
I do have a presentation. I guess I'm waiting for that to pop up.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'm going to make this concentrated on Manor Park South, just because I feel this is where the plan needs the most improvements. So this is just an image done with the proposed building heights and the existing building heights. So the proposed building heights were recommended by the city staff because the zoning across the street on Brittany Drive allows for high buildings. But there's a difference between what is built there now, which is between 11 and 13 stories, to what is allowed up to 30 on what is being proposed. So next slide, please. So right now, everything is zoned under the official plan as R4, which is up to 11 meters, 4 stories. Under the new official plan, Brittany Drive would still hold that 4-story height, except for on the corner of St. Laurent and Brittany, which is considered a main street, which is allowed up to 9 stories. So also through the city's policies and guidelines, when they start talking about sensitive transition, the subject lands for the proposal are on the edge of a growth boundary or an area for height. And so these should be progressively lower than what is supposed to be zoned going closer to Montreal Road. And as you can see, this is represented by the city design guidelines for transition of height and scale. On their, I think it's the urban design guidelines for high-rise buildings on page 9, 1.1. So that sort of shows how the transition should go down there. Next slide, please. So this is on another neighboring property. So this was the 2008 OMB ruling for 1002 Karen Way. And what they said in that ruling was that around the mature neighborhood, there should be a 62-meter setback before any sort of mid or high-rise buildings are built, and that they would only allow 3-story townhomes permitted. So if we use that and sort of extrapolate it across where there are sort of like townhomes and existing buildings, it would be that grayed out area, which would be only allowed for 3 stories. And then, okay, next slide. So this is just sort of looking, one's from the corner of Karen Way and Apple Tree. And as you can see all those buildings and the heights are there. Please note that like the 16-story building on sort of the southeast side of closer to Montreal Road, you can see a little bit. And that's only 16 stories and it's down the hill. And what's being proposed between there and the neighborhood are 20, 25, 30-story buildings. So they're going to loom up, and this is all south of the existing neighborhood, and it's also like southeast. So it's the majority of sunlight that comes over to our neighborhood. So you can kind of already see how imposing the existing buildings are right now. And you can read the slide and look at it. So what I'm asking for, next slide, I guess. What I'm asking is that I would like to see this proposal. I'd like to see more community engagement on the proposal. I'd like to see the building heights lowered, especially on the south side. And these are just some of my suggestions. I mean, it's just, I feel like the city could have used some of their existing policies and guidelines to curb the, what I would suggest is excessive height on this proposal, especially as a boundary properties between
20 seconds
between what is high, what is zoned for high rise towards residential zoning. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Question from Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I do have a question for Sean around, I guess, insensitive transitions. I'm wondering if you could describe that a little bit more, the impacts, because I know as we were undertaking this consultation process, I went on walkarounds with community members. And so I was just wondering if you could give a little bit more insight about those transitions.
Yeah, well, sensitive transitions are supposed to start stepping down towards mature neighborhoods. And in this instance, they're stepping up towards the mature neighborhood from the existing tall buildings. And in this area, the applicants' lands have been clearly defined in current and city zoning as sort of the edge boundary. And it should be around, you know, they should be kept between 4 and 6 stories is sort of how that sensitive transition would work while heading towards a more high-rise area towards Montreal Road. Also, these lands are on an elevation above the mature neighborhood. They're south of it, which has the biggest impact on light and shadow. And there's also, and because they're on sort of the hill crest, it actually intensifies the wind impact on the street level and in the mature neighborhood, you know, through funneling and vortexes and cornering. So I just, like, I'm all for density and I love the density. And I did a quick massing model just for my own, like, just seeing if those lands were developed between 4 and 9 stories, mainly around 6, you know, there was only a reduction of about 1,000 units, but it makes it much more walkable, much more pleasant for the new residents of those developments and existing, the residents who own the home. It's better for the environment. I mean, there's just a bunch of reasons why we shouldn't really be building that tall. But yeah, it's going to have some really big impacts, those high buildings, like 25 stories on the corner of St. Laurent Brittany in particular. That corner already is somewhat unwalkable during the winter months just because of wind gusts. It's unpleasant. Like just walking down St. Laurent towards Montreal is a very unpleasant walk. So if the city's really concerned and wants to make walkable neighborhoods, there are rules around that that have been established in urban planning and architecture for many years now. And this development doesn't really jive with those rules. So
well, I appreciate those insights, and I also appreciated the insights that you provided in your written comments, where you were talking about some of the inconsistencies in the policy. So I'm wondering if you could discuss that a bit. I thought that was very interesting that you were pointing out some inconsistencies.
Yeah, most of the inconsistencies, well, so under the So I just find it's sort of misleading to use what was being used as the justification for these tall buildings, right? Because it was basically based on the zoning. Because the zoning across the street can be high rises, then this permits high rises, which is true. But then when you go further into the city's own policies and guidelines, under, say, like, we'll take the official plan, like under 4.11 of the new official plan, right? They talk about the scale of neighborhoods and individual properties and the issues around noise, spillover light, parking access, shadowing, microclimate. All these conditions are talked about through the context of scale and how to scale down and towards existing neighborhoods, and how not to impact existing neighborhoods. And I feel that was sort of ignored during this planning process. So there's caveats in this, in the new official plan. I think it's like 4.6.6, and the current planning, which is I think 4.10, talk about this a lot. And then of course the guidelines for sensitive transitions, which for tall buildings, mid-rise, low-rise. I mean, even if, like, let's take a really extreme scenario. If the corner of St. Laurent Montreal Road was a rapid transit hub, which would allow, like, 40+ story buildings within that 200 meter zone around it, and then it kind of, even that, the way that's written is like the 200 meters to high rise, the 400 is sort of like that mid to high rise, and then the 600 meter, which these proposed lands would only be half in. They're supposed to be between roughly 4 and 6 stories.
Well, I appreciated your insights, especially around the existing official plan and looking at consistency of policy. And I just want you to know that I will ask staff questions around that when we have the opportunity. So I thank you for your input and your very insightful written comments as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Shuck. We'll go to our next speaker. While I'm doing that, if a 6th member of this committee could put their camera on, that would be super appreciative. Our next speaker is Rob James.
There we go. Hopefully you can hear me now.
I can hear you now, absolutely.
I'm not sure whether to say good morning or good afternoon, but I do applaud every one of you for the concentration and the attention you've paid over the last 2.5 hours. Very, very impressive indeed. This is a very complex issue, very emotional issue, and I'm pleased to see all the attention paid to this. I've been a longtime resident of Manor Park since 1962. I guess I've got a bit of a dragon tail in the back, but I'll hide that from the camera. Today, though, I'm going to take my residence cap off and I'm going to put my professional cap on. A good portion of my career was spent developing billions of dollars of proposals for the federal cabinet. I know the difficulties, political, economic concerns. I also know the importance of a comprehensive global picture when trying to decide which way to move. I've participated over the past year in all of the city consultations that were presented to us on this issue. I've also, of course, heard the early morning presentation that launched today's meeting on the proposal. And what comes to fore from me from a professional standpoint is there is really a lack of an integrated view being put forward to you as committee members to make such a monumental decision. There is little or no information on the Kettle Island impact or potential impact. We have repeatedly asked for information on projected traffic patterns with little or no information being provided. We have been concerned about the impact on Manor Park Public School, which has been basically a one-story building ever since I came around, with the exception of a library. That building, given a 600% increase projected in population, really only has one way to go, and that's up. Otherwise, we look at green space, which is limited. Those are only three of many broad global considerations that I believe need to be factored into this decision before moving forward. There's also some inconsistencies, and I don't want to nitpick. That doesn't serve anything. But here's an example which causes some concern, and that's around this notion of consistency. I heard this morning one presenter talk about how the proposal is consistent with city policies and city regulations and so on and so forth. There is this importance around consistency. Beechwood Avenue has been tagged as a minor corridor. Now, in the same breath, Island Park Drive is tagged as a residential street. There is little or no consistency in those designations. So I'm not sure how you as a committee grapple with that, because that's a huge issue when you start to consider the impact moving forward on these types of proposals. You are in a privileged position to make a decision that will have generational impacts, social impacts, economic impacts, environmental impacts. This is not a 10 or 20-year plan. This will be generational in nature. I truly believe you need a broader picture to be able to make the right decision for the community and for the city of Ottawa. I'll leave it at that. I just wish you well, and I hope you can find some reason from all of this and all the discussions today to perhaps hit the pause button. We have an artificial timeline on this, really, when you think about this in generational terms. We need to get this right. So is there a harm in putting a pause on this for a year? I don't think so in a generational sense. Anyway, thank you for your time, and I hope I've been able to contribute.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'll go to Councillor King.
I just wanted to really thank you, Rob, for your observations. You're absolutely right. In our analysis and in our policy position paper, and when we talked with residents and even the applicant, there was agreement that this is a 50 to 100-year type of plan in a sense. This is a long-ranging plan. You're absolutely right that it will be generational. And we have heard consistently from many residents, over 500 in fact, of the concerns around green space, around traffic, around schools, everything that you've been mentioning, we've received in terms of concerns. And those have been informed concerns, not people who've just been pushing against intensification for the to do that, I don't really believe that this is NIMBYism. I think people want appropriate development that will affect their neighborhood, the character of their neighborhood for a generation. So I just want you to know that's one of the reasons why I'll be working with Councillor Menard to ask for a deferral. We're not talking, I don't think we'd be talking about years here or a year, but just more consultation on these key items that we've been hearing from many residents so that we can get closer to a more appropriate solution for the community, more appropriate design for the community. So I just wanted to reassure you that we're listening, and as your representative, I want to reflect those concerns.
Thank you, Ralston.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. Rob, I guess I just want to highlight your comment that if we delay it for a year, and I'm just wondering specifically because you said that, what would take place in the year then if we were to defer this?
Great question. And I'm never one to look at the glass as half empty. A great effort has been put forward to try to move this proposal forward. However, again, I don't have a residential cap on, I've got a professional cap on. The nature of the consultations, while looking good on paper, really never panned out. There was never really a true sharing of information from my humble opinion. I'm not trying to downplay what occurred, but I don't believe sufficient information was transparent in those consultations. It at times felt like a bit of a, well, we've got to check this box off. When we, as a community, spoke about issues such as the gateway building and so on and so forth, we never seemed to get thoughtful responses either at the time nor after the meeting. The one principle that I laid out probably about the second consultation in, based on, again, my own professional experience in consultation, you need to build a base of trust and respect if this kind of proposal is going to work. There's no point having a community that digs its heels in. There's no point having a developer that digs his heels in. There's no point having a city that digs their heels in. We need to come together to move this forward together. However, I'm not so convinced that that trust or respect was sufficiently established through the consultations that occurred. And I say that with the utmost respect because I know they're very difficult to run. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. I'm seeing any further questions, so thank you, Mr. James. I'll hand it back to Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Scott. Our next speaker is Richard Vanderjag. Good morning, or actually, good afternoon, Richard.
Oh, good afternoon. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but I'll try and keep it to the point. You have my presentation. Actually, the very first slide is incorrect. I'm a member of the committee for the Community Benefits Agreement, which the committee just had its first meeting. It's still pretty vague in what it's going to accomplish, but it is important to make sure that that agreement is actually in conjunction with this development and that the committee continues to meet and give feedback to the city. I would point out, next slide, please. It is important, you've already heard from other speakers about the importance, in order to keep, my standpoint here is I'm an adjunct professor of hematology oncology at the Ottawa Hospital. I've been working there for 28 years, now retired, but have a big interest in environmental health and the effect of toxins on public health. And I will speak from that point of view today. I'm also a Manor Park resident. I've been living here since 1990. I'm really worried about the resultant increase in the high population in this area. We really need to adopt the high performance development standards that you've already heard about. There's no plan currently for traffic diversion away from areas of current housing, and I'll point out why. We need to make sure that there's a mandate for EV charging stations for future residents if we want to keep this area green, because that's where Ontario is going, that's where the rest of the country is going. and that has to be incorporated into the plan. We need to adopt standards of sustainable, environmentally friendly building materials. That has to be part of the plan. And there has to be a plan for traffic mitigation and free public transit, whereas in cities where there has been densification, actually you have been able to decrease that. They have been able to decrease pollution as long as they have the infrastructure in place. Right now on the Water Ridge development, for instance, they've actually stopped the busing to that area, which is already continuing to expand. We can't go ahead with this development without the infrastructure in place. Next slide, please. So one of the organizations which has been doing research all across the country is the Canadian Urban Environmental Health Research Consortium. It's a Canadian Institute for Health Research funded unit consortium with over $20 million of funding. They actually track what happens to when you get decreased greenness, what happens with the correlations between air pollution, greenness, walkability, and health. And I'll point out that there are multiple studies that there's an increase of breast cancer with increase in air pollution. Other studies have shown increase in asthma, chronic obstructive lung disease, and increase in childhood asthma. Next slide, please. In addition, the air pollution that is a result of the increased traffic leads to increased lung cancer, the second leading cause of cancer death in men and women. There's also a resulting decrease in the effect on mental health, especially amongst middle-aged and older adults. And higher levels of greenness may confer benefits. We need to make sure that the greenness is maintained, and I'll talk about that in a second, and also leads to benefits in substance use tendencies among youth. The increase in air pollution is also associated with increase in glaucoma. Next slide, please. The leisure, sedentary time, and physical activity are higher in neighborhoods with denser greenness. So that greenness, I keep on emphasizing, we really need to maintain that greenness is maintained and is put in place as part of the plan. Evidence is sufficient when traffic-related noise and air pollution in natural spaces are considered jointly to just demonstrate that there is an increase in cardiovascular morbidity with higher noise exposures. That's really important to keep in point. So the evidence exists for lower birth weights, preterm births association with increase in air pollution. There's also an increase in diabetes, a screen of heart disease, stroke with increased air pollution. A big concern for this massive development. Next slide, please. Is there really a vision for development capacity for the community? Take into account the schooling, you've heard about that from other speakers, the health services, the sewage, the food vendors, the recreational facilities, bike lanes, which right now are almost non-existent, public transport, which really needs to be maintained and upped in order to keep in, so that we can actually have public transport that actually can support the increased population. I do mention that the roof pitches on the development should actually be optimized for solar panel array. New panels should be put in place so that we have pre-wiring for electric vehicles. I mentioned that Toronto is way ahead of us. They've already put into place a whole system for maintaining greenness and walkability. And I just heard us talk a couple of days ago from David Miller on how they've actually been able to accomplish that. We need to actually link with their plan and actually try and follow what they've been doing. They've actually saved on cost in the city by being able to follow the C40 city plan. We need to actually adopt their plan. So that's something for us to consider before approving this proposal before you. Next slide, please. All the comments, by the way, that I'm making apply to any development anywhere across the city, not just this one. The current scope of the MOU focuses on no displacement and affordable housing, but we have to make sure that, that until such time as the MOU is executed by the owner, but before we go ahead with the MOU, or before we go ahead and approve this, we need to make sure that coming phases of development review building heights, as you've already heard today. I have neighbors across the street that are worried that they're shading, there's going to be housing that's actually going to block their view and their privacy. There's plans for increased traffic need to become part of the application prior to approval. The city needs to plan for improved public transit support, the cycling paths, and the tree canopy needs to be ensured to be kept at 40% with sustainable local growth and maintained. In other words, what I've seen trees being planted and then not watered, not maintained, and before you know it, the city, if we need to maintain that greenness, we need to maintain those trees. And to
Richard,
make sure
you're at time. If you can wrap up your presentation.
Okay, next slide, just quickly. So I would just focus on we need to track the health effects of development as it goes forward. And there's a way that we can do that. I can discuss that with city staff because I mentioned Canoe and they can track it, but we need to track it and then see what's the effect of this development as it goes forward.
Thank you very much, Richard. Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for being here, Richard. I wanted to ask you about the state of the MOU and the CBA that is yet to be finalized. Ideally, in these situations, it's been a few years, this has been in development, and ideally we can see what the end result will be of those pieces of information prior to approving developments so that we know the benefits that are going to come back to the community. Some usually the CBA aspects around affordable housing provisions and information around, say, park space or allocated funds is known in advance. From your perspective, where do those elements sit at this time? And what is still to be desired in their negotiation in the future?
I think the effect on people's health in the community, not only in the new units, but in the surrounding units, the effect on health has to be part of that CBA and how we can optimize those benefits to the entire community. And people need to be made aware of the possible effects on their health if we don't do it right. So I'm not saying this development should never go forward, but it has to go forward as long as the infrastructure is in place. And we need to make sure that all of that has to be there. And the tracking of the health outcomes has to be part of that, part of the CBA. Because I would say the majority of people do have no idea what the effect of this expansion would be on their health. And that goes for any development across the city.
Okay, thank you for that. I will follow up with staff on the process question because there is a process question there around the MOU, the CBA. Appreciate your presentation and for taking in the event that Councillor Moffat and I were at the other day with David Miller. Appreciate you being there as well.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor King.
Thank you, Richard, for your presentation and for making points, especially around the tree canopy, as well as having effective public transit, which I think is an important consideration as well. We've heard that very clearly from other residents and the community association that all of these elements need to be looked at holistically. And I'm also pleased that you're participating with the working group on the CBA to really advance some of these public health concerns, which I think is a unique element of a CBA if this proposal before the committee is approved. So I think it's important to have that continuing dialogue. And I know that my colleague, Councillor Menard, said, he's going to ask questions about the feasibility of these topics being examined in the CBA process. But of course, that was our hope. I think the hope of the community in terms of the introduction of this type of process, that we can have this continuing dialogue. I do just have one quick question. What does strengthening or maintaining the tree canopy in Manor Park look like?
Well, right now, if you want to go according to the Toronto standards, we should have 40% of an area in the park. Not somewhere else, not somewhere outside of the city, but within the park should be 40%. And that we need to look at. and we need to make sure that the trees are planted and that are maintained. I don't think we're anywhere close to 40% right now. I live in the park. I've lived here for a long time, and we're not at 40%.
I appreciate that answer. I mean, one of the things that I had been focusing on is ensuring that we look potentially at reforestation in parks in our ward, and we've been examining that prospect in different areas of the ward with staff. But I fully agree with you. Obviously, one of the key historic characteristics of Manor Park is a richer green, richer tree canopy along with green space, and we've heard very clearly that residents want that to be maintained, and that this development might pose a serious challenge to that tree canopy. So I do appreciate your deputation and your comments here today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor King. I have a question, Richard. A few months back, this committee received a report on 15-minute neighborhoods, looked at baseline scores, where we are at now in terms of walkability, and this Manor Park area scored very low in comparison to other communities inside the Greenbelt. And I also toured through the neighborhood earlier this month. Seemed like there were a lot of homes in the neighborhood with two cars, despite being fairly close to Montreal Road and not too far from Beechwood. What are the factors that are leading to this lack of walkability right now in the Manor Park community?
Well, right now, the sidewalks, we need more in the way of sidewalks. We need more in the way of greenness. Like right now, it's not, as someone else has already pointed out, in terms of the shadowing and the wind tunnels on the streets. This whole area really needs more in the way of sustainability in terms of, I mentioned some of the things that need to make this area green, but to not only plant the trees, to maintain them, and to make sure that the tree canopy that we have is not overshadowed by large buildings. That's my biggest concern, and the concern of many of my neighbors, actually.
Do you think over 50 years, up to 4,000 new homes, would that increase the viability of shops and services? Increased demand for transit could lead to increased transit service in the area. Do you see a correlation between that? Like perhaps the low density of Manor Park now is just not enough of a critical mass to support a lot of these amenities that you mentioned earlier that would contribute to the sustainability and walkability in the neighborhood.
Well, one of the things, for instance, the BVA, the Beechwood Vayner Association, they've been trying to develop stores along Beechwood, and they haven't even been able to be successful there. So it's not like the Glebe or Westboro, things like that. And we have to make sure that it's attractive for businesses to come in and be sustained. I don't think that exists right now.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Next speaker is Francesca Ryan. Hi, Francesca.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll get started, I guess. My name's Francesca Ryan. Thanks to Elizabeth, the former MPCA chair, if you're still listening, for shouting out my dad, Ted, for leading the hockey reach out program that she mentioned. I grew up in Manor Park. I attended Manor Park Public School. It's right across the street from where I now live on Braemar Street. I recently moved back to the neighborhood from Montreal after completing my degree. So I don't have too much of an informed perspective as far as city planning technicalities go, but I've lived here for a really long time. I grew up here. What I loved about it as a kid was how much green space was around, being able to run around in freedom and safety with other kids around. So yeah, I've only lived here as an adult since last July, but as an adult, I have a new perspective on not only what's great about the neighborhood, but how it could be made more livable for more people to enjoy. Largely, I'm in favor of this proposal. I'm not opposed to intensification. I'll just go over a couple of sticking points that are important to me as a tenant. Number one, I don't have a car. And many people my age don't have a car. And I don't feel that we should need to have cars in order to live in an area so close to the core of our city. And my biggest weekly headache is, how am I going to get my groceries done? I'm really lucky that my parents live nearby and I can borrow a car for the odd errand, but otherwise, when they're not around or it's the middle of winter, I have to walk 25 minutes to get to the closest essential service, whether it be groceries, pharmacy, anything like that. So my biggest priority for this development is definitely transit. The 7 is not reliable, as other speakers have gone over before. And as someone who deals with that on a day-to-day basis, I feel that there should be a better plan in place for how are we going to transport all of the new people that would be joining our lovely neighborhood. And I hope that the increased density will allow us to build that better infrastructure. As far as the town square idea goes, I'm a really big fan, just as far as I want more essential services in this area that are accessible on feet. So simply allocating retail space, as we've said, doesn't guarantee that those businesses will benefit all of us, as opposed to, say, fast food, which is not necessarily beneficial to the residents, or high-end cafes or restaurants that only the more wealthy residents will be able to afford. With the sizes of the retail space that I was seeing on the plan, it didn't look like there was space for like a grocery store necessarily, which is what I would mostly be looking for as someone who lives here. So yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on the town square. And yeah, as far as green space, I echo a lot of the sentiments expressed by other people in the neighborhood. I would like to see more in terms of park space. As we've discussed, the school land isn't necessarily guaranteed to always be there. And I used that a lot when I was a kid. So I would like to see more park space available. And yeah, I'm really happy to see that there's affordable housing accounted for in this plan. Given the housing crisis, this looks like more like what we need. As a young person who's maybe thinking about starting a family in the next 10 years or so, I don't see me or my partner being able to afford a house anywhere near the center, or a condo or anything like that, anywhere near the center of the city in the next 10 years, let alone the next 20. So I see myself as a renter in the long term, and I don't want to leave the center of the city. So as much as can be done to make this space affordable and livable for people like me and my partner, that's what I'd really like to see. And I think the best way to do that is affordable essential services. So food, housing, and transit. And I will wrap up there. And if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Francesca. And there is a question from Councillor Lee.
Thank you very much. Excuse me one sec. I'm sorry. Thanks for coming out today, Francesca. Would you be interested in seeing, and I think this should be a slam dunk for this development, a virtue car? Is that a service that you would take advantage of?
Assuming that's similar to like Caminado or Caminoto.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there's a couple of cars at the corner of Saint Laurent Hemlock right now for that. I've used them a couple of times. I think it's a really great idea. I actually came from Montreal, where that service is also implemented, but in Montreal, they can do it better so that you can take car from point A to point B and leave it at point B. Whereas here you have to return the car to the same place that you rented it at. So it's a little bit more cost prohibitive in terms of, if I want to go to, say, IKEA, I probably need to rent the car for like 2 hours, which will run you like $40, $50.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Yeah, so for someone like me who only would need it occasionally, it's not super worth it, but they do have membership options for people that need them more frequently.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about your grocery with no car. The density that is being proposed at this site will imply inevitably transit improvements. Transit is one of those things that follows density. Saint Laurent will eventually become a transit transit priority. The number of bus routes that serve the neighborhood will increase. The frequency will increase. Density drives, transit improvements, unless you're in Councillor Dudas's ward, in which case population doesn't necessarily. But it will take a long time because this is going to be a slow build out for those transit improvements to happen. And I'm just trying to see how this development could be made more compelling for people who don't have cars, and shared auto is probably one of those that might be able to help. But I appreciate the insight with respect to the pricing.
Yeah, it's quite cost prohibitive.
Yeah. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Francesca.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Francesca, for really emphasizing the nature and the quality of life that is in our community in Manor Park. I really do appreciate you bringing that out. This is just a quick follow-up on Councillor Leeper's questions around the transportation options. What would improve your transit experience now? What is necessary now for you to really facilitate you being able to get those groceries?
Yeah, so I mean, aside from groceries, a big problem is how far away we are from the LRT. So say I want to go to the zero waste grocery store to refill on bulk items, I need to go all the way to Main Street, which is in the car, it's 15 minutes. It's very doable. On a bus and then the LRT, it's 40 minutes. But the 7 either comes, it can come 10 minutes early or it can come 15 minutes late. So you have to get to the bus stop 10 minutes before the scheduled time if you've got any prayer. So the usual waiting time for the bus being about 10 minutes, that adds, I usually allocate about an hour to get there. But what I would really like to see is just that the buses run on time. Honestly, that's probably the biggest issue, because if I could plan around knowing exactly when it was going to be there, that would make my life a lot easier.
Absolutely. Well, I agree with you that we need to really pursue greater efficiency in terms of schedules. And also, we've been advocating hard, especially around Wateridge Village, and I'm hoping to see a level of tie-in to future communities as well for more frequent service, as well as service, ultimately quick service to Blair LRT. So we're going to continue to advocate for that, but we understand those challenges that you're seeing. And obviously, any part of this development has to really ensure that there is improvement in terms of transit accessibility. So I really do appreciate you bringing forward that perspective, which is shared by many residents in Manor Park. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. And thank you, Francesca. I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks for joining us today. I know you had a hard stop at 1 p.m., so I'm glad we were able to get you on.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, take care. Our next speaker, number 12 of 13, is Peter McKinnon. Hello, Peter. Peter, you are on mute.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for having me. Just bear with me. First time I've talked in a while. Thank you very much. As I say, I'm here not as a member of the specific community. I live in Ottawa. I live in the Byward Market. In fact, there was a picture shown a little while ago. I think it was Tierney's picture, and I actually live at Tim Tierney, and I actually live in one of the buildings that was in his picture. What I'd like to talk about is something a little different than what I've heard so far. I'm here representing myself, I suppose, as a citizen of Ottawa, but like Rob James, I'd like to sort of put on my kind of professional hat. I've spent a lot of my career in the last 25 years working in smart cities, or what we now call smart cities. And as you may be aware, Ottawa has a smart city plan. It's currently Ottawa 2.0, but it's also being updated. There's a small team in the city of Ottawa's administration that's updating this plan now when they have a chance, because they've been also involved in the pandemic due to shortage of staff. So what I'd like to do is just bring a slightly different perspective to this consultation process. And I know I'm arriving kind of late. You've been doing this for a while. It's all a result of a presentation I was asked to give about 10 days ago to the Club of Rome on smart cities. And as a result of that, it's triggered a variety of things getting me involved in the city of Ottawa, even though I have previously briefed our smart city people on the kinds of things I've been doing. So what I'd like to do is I have just 3 questions that I'd like to ask, and they're very straightforward, I hope. So let me pursue. Has any of the Manor Park planning to date accounted for Ottawa's smart city plans? And as background, that Smart City 2.0 was released in November 2017. If you haven't seen it, then there's a website. It's available on the site. So it's a simple question, yes or no. And if it's a yes, I have another question. Thank you. This is the first question. There's 3.
So
do you want me to do each question and then get a response? I guess that might be the best way. So that's the first question.
Well, so just to
has anyone studied this plan?
Mr. McKinnon, just to be clear, if a member of council has an answer for you, they can do so, but delegations cannot ask questions of staff. A councillor might hear your questions and then ask staff those same questions if they so wish. But you can just ask your questions and then finish your presentation.
Okay. Well, these are the questions, and you can direct them as appropriate. Then, are any of the plans involving in the new construction smart buildings? This, I think, is where there's a great opportunity, perhaps working with the constructors to migrate towards smart buildings, smart communities. I've heard various discussions. C40 was mentioned, sustainability, 15-minute community. These are all aspects of smart cities, very much so. And certainly the buildings themselves becoming integrated within information and communications technologies. Think of a city in 4 layers. There's the surface, which is where we mostly live, work, and so on. There's the space above the city. There's the space under the city where we have tunnels and basements and parking garages and so on, train tunnels. And then there's the virtual world. And the virtual world is the information and communications technologies that link those 3 physical layers. And cities are basically, as we all know, in silos in the traditional transaction context. And today we're moving towards smart cities, which means sharing data in appropriate ways, sharing such a way that it can improve efficiencies. And the benefits are both to the operation of the city as well as to the community at large. So it is in that context that I asked that question about whether there's any use in planning here, which involves smart buildings. And the third side of the question is, will there be any further opportunity to update the Manor Park planning as has been discussed to this point? I hear some discussion now about proposals to delay this maybe up to a year. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to possibly reassess this planning with respect to the smart city concepts that Ottawa is already developing in its smart city plan, which I know is not part of the master plan yet, but it will no doubt be coming forward. Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor King has a question for you.
And it's just actually a brief comment. I just think of my former life, which wasn't too long ago, where I worked as a communications director and also in market research around smart buildings technologies for a trade organization. And for 20 years, we had been advocating and also evangelizing. Actually, my colleagues might not know this, but I circumnavigated the globe multiple times, talking in all of our favorite places now, China, Russia, Singapore, going across the world, really talking about the benefits of smart buildings. So conceivably, we do have a community benefits agreement that might be tied to this proposal if it goes forward. Of course, that proposal's in front of us and we're having discussions about it, and it has not been approved. But if there is a CBA, it is conceivable that there could be also discussions around that type of approach towards construction, whether it's green buildings, whether it's smart buildings, looking at the concept of smart communities. And I don't see that that would not be the case, since we're also potentially able to look at sustainability and other issues. And of course, in my estimation, the smart building component is directly tied to sustainability. Often smart buildings are defined by the fact that they increase efficiencies multiple fold. And obviously that's what we need to address a climate emergency. So while I might not pose these questions to staff because they're not, I don't think, directly concerned around these specific planning merits, I just want you to know that I think that there is a potential tool if this plan goes ahead to continue to have those discussions with the applicant. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I agree with you. That's very good.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, and actually, just to build on what Councillor King was touching on, just look in the last few months, we approved the Better Buildings Ottawa strategy. In that, we did make requests to the province for updates to the building code for the province as to how we build buildings in the future. We're doing that even more so with the high performance development standards, which are currently being debated around committee and council. So there's a lot more. I mean, this is just an official plan amendment. This is not a building application. We are not approving anything to be built today. There's still a lot of process left. And this plan before us is a plan that's going to stretch out 40 to 50 years. So we know policies are going to evolve, and the city is going to continue to push for better policies from a smart cities perspective, but also from a greener buildings and sustainability perspective, as Councillor King was referencing. So I think your comments are well noted and are well suited to any application that comes before this committee, and it's certainly what the city is looking to do as we move forward. So thank you.
It's an opportunity perhaps for Manor Park to become one of the first communities within Ottawa to, be a flag to making Ottawa a recognized smart city like Toronto is, or Montreal.
And the applicants listening.
On a global scale, on a global scale. I didn't mention my professional background is that I'm actually associated with the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Ottawa and the Business School. And I have a management practice, which has taken me around the world, as our chair has just described. Not our chair, but Representative King has just described, and Councillor King. And so, yes, I know the stories as he's described. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. I just wanted to flag this because as I said, I was late into it. And at least I hadn't heard anything about the smart city side. So I just wanted to make sure that maybe this might be something that could be considered either by the committee or by the builder if it gets communicated in that way.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. And as a Carleton alum, I won't hold the U Ottawa piece against you. So thank you.
I was a professor there too.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. We will move on to our final public delegation, Iola Price. Is Iola with us? Yes.
Yes, I am. I have my usual technical difficulties. I think I need to turn down the volume of the speaker. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, yes.
Okay. I'm a biologist. I'm retired from the federal government after 30 some odd years of work as a biologist and a senior manager. Like many who spoke today, I believe that this level of densification and height of buildings is poor planning and should be sent back for another think and redesign. In other words, defer for a bit. This official plan amendment will have an impact on our neighborhoods that goes far beyond site renewal, and the official plan amendments should not be environmentally harmful. However, I applaud the memorandum that assures current residents of Manor Park North and South a home during and after construction at the same price. But there is one group of tenants that has been omitted, who have lived there part-time for decades. I speak of chimney Swiss, non-human residents who arrive in the spring and depart in late summer and early fall. You can find a picture of them in any bird book, or if you're up to date, on the internet. These birds pay no rent, but they do provide in-kind services. They cause no bother, do no damage to the chimney, and while here, eat millions of flying insects such as mosquitoes, which they catch on the wing and bring back to their hungry babies tucked safely away from predators on the insides of brick buildings. 1 pair per chimney. There are up to 40 brick chimneys in Manor Park Estates. When we began monitoring chimney swift occupancy in 2016, we recorded 8 occupied and uncapped chimneys, with many already capped chimneys. At last count in 2019, we had a COVID problem, as you may know. The number of occupied chimneys had fallen to 5, and more chimneys had been capped, possibly indicating a conversion to high efficiency heating. Overall, chimney swift numbers in Canada have fallen by 70%, and the overall species is listed as threatened by both federal and provincial legislation. This means it's likely to become endangered if steps are not taken to address factors threatening it. Now, all of the brick chimneys have been covered with wire mesh cages. The chimney swifts are excluded from their nesting habitat, and this is a factor that threatens the species' survival. So I have 2 requests. First of all, remove all of the wire mesh cages from Manor Park North and South now, and leave them off until the building is to be demolished. Secondly, work with me and other concerned residents and biologists on mitigation measures that could include building alternate nesting sites, and there may be money available for such worthwhile conservation actions. Manor Park Estates can help reverse this trend to extinction. Will you try? And as a final note, I hadn't intended to discuss the school, but it is the only remaining chimney open in the area. If the Manor Park School is demolished or changed in any way, or at least the chimney is changed, the one remaining chimney in this area will disappear. So I'm putting in a plea for a species that is on the way out in Canada and possibly North America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor King has a question.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I do appreciate all the work that you do in terms of really advancing environmental concerns in our ward, and also doing work to ensure that invasive species that are really within city-owned lands are addressed. So I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you're bringing up environmental concerns that I think we've heard from residents around the maintenance of green space in the tree canopy. But in terms of this specific file, I'm wondering if you can describe what changes to the plan need to be made, this plan that's before committee, what changes are needed to really accommodate and to reduce and mitigate the impact on wildlife in Manor Park?
I think we can do 2 things. We can ensure, first of all, to address the other concerns about tree canopy and trees. The trees are planted, maintained, watered, etc. But in terms of birds themselves, the chimney swifts in particular, there are plans available to, you can attach structures to existing or new buildings, and they will attract and serve as nesting habitat for birds like chimney swifts. There are other locations in the area, notably the Terrat Fox Center that has been discussed. A chimney swift nesting tower could be built there either as a single unit or attached to the building. And there are people in Water Ridge who would like to work with me or anybody else who has money to attach a chimney swift nesting tower to the Veterans Building. So there are plans available to construct alternate nesting sites, and they do work. There are some in Quebec that are extremely successful and some others in Ontario.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and I really appreciate, as I said, the efforts that you make to really improve the environment and the the quality of life. And I think that these are continuing discussions that we can have in terms of the CBA and discussions around sustainability, because the CBA ultimately deals with the idea that we can look at sustainability and environmental concerns as part of, in a sense, the legacy of a project if it is approved. We know, and you've done good work really emphasizing the fact that we have over 178 species of migratory birds in the flight path over Manor Park. And so my hope is that the CBA could serve as a mechanism to talk about mitigation measures in terms of negative impacts on wildlife. So I really do appreciate you raising this challenge that we're facing both currently and potentially with the plan that's before us. But I'm really gratified in the fact that there could be mechanisms, substantive mechanisms, to address these challenges in the future. But thank you so much for your deputation, much appreciated, because I think this is something that we don't often talk about, and we should talk about it more.
Thank you. And my immediate plea, of course, is I would hope that Mr. Ragerwald would have those wire mesh cages removed now, because the birds will be coming back soon and they need a place to live.
Thank you very much, Iola, for your presentation and raising that concern. I'm seeing no more questions, so thank you for joining us. We're going to move now from delegations to questions for the applicant. So we've had the presentation from the applicant already. I'll just give Kelly and the clerk's team a chance to bring them into the room here. And I'll look for any hands for committee members who may have questions for the applicant. There's Jacob.
Yes, they're just coming into the room now, Chair.
Okay. There's Miguel. I see Lalit. Well, Councillor Leeper, your hand is up first, so over to you.
Yeah, and I am largely supportive of the application, as I think the applicants know. And I do want to say thank you to Lalit for helping move the kind of benefits agreements that we expect of developers of significant projects to start putting in front of us at Planning Committee. It's refreshing to see the commitment made to the public interest, to the social interest of this city. So thank you for that. I am concerned, as I previewed in my question of one of the other delegates, about the adequacy of recreation infrastructure in the Manor Park neighborhood. Is there a possibility, and this may be something I want to talk more about with Councillor King, things like outdoor pools we just don't see those built. The city has stopped building them. The nearest pool for the families who are going to live in these developments is at some distance. How are the recreation needs going to be met? And would you consider ensuring that there are things like pools in the neighborhood?
Yeah, sure. Right. Like everything's on the table. First off, thanks for, for everyone for spending 4 hours today on this, and for interacting with the entire team, right, over the last couple of weeks, and then to the community for the last really 6 years of consultation. But yeah, Councillor Lieber, pools, absolutely, right. And I think this is where we haven't even started design, right? So this is where, there's so many examples globally of where pools can be within podiums, schools can be within podiums. You see that all across Canada. So pools, absolutely, right? That's certainly an option. Without getting too far ahead, there was a lot of mention about the Terry Fox Center, right? Here's a commitment that we've made to Manor Park, right? Before an OPA, an opportunity came, and really at the councillor's urging, at the MPCA's urging, we pursued it. it's right now a 20,000 square foot facility that's vacant. There's 3 acres of space there. We've had conversations with Mr. Chenier from the city. So we're trying to do the right thing. So absolutely, pools. Yeah, how do we do it? I think this becomes one of those, liability things. And I know social infrastructure is a bit of a hot topic, and it's more than real estate, right? But this is where, hey, I'm a real estate guy, right? And I can deliver, the space for the community and the city to program, but at some time, right, there needs to be a bit of partnership here. So yeah, we can do pools, but how does a private citizen offer a public pool?
Yeah, well, when I take a look at some of the subdivisions that I grew up in, some of the Minto used to build pools into its townhouse developments, outdoor pools, and that was a really welcome opportunity for particularly youth to cool off in the summer. I think we do need to find a way. I do agree, though, that the city has a really strong role to play in some of that as well. And one of my concerns about intensification moving forward is that thus far, it looks like it's going to be all the residential development with very little of the infrastructure that's needed in order to support that. But I'm glad you're open to that discussion. I think, and I don't want to get known as the pool counselor, but as our climate gets hotter and hotter and hotter, those are going to become more and more important amenities. And we're not building pools at the city anymore. And if Mr. Chenier is listening, I hope you're taking that into consideration when you're charging Mr. Agarwal development charges moving forward. We need to collect that. Miguel?
Well, I wanted to respond to Councillor Poole's comment, and supplement maybe a little bit of Lalit's answer. I don't want to leave this committee with the impression that we're not providing our fair share of public infrastructure. A lot of the open space right now is actually through internal courtyards within the townhouse blocks that are also populated by internal parking courts. Those are going to be replaced over time by 2 new municipal parks that, despite some of the comments you heard today, fully meet and exceed the city's parkland requirements. Those will be supplemented by private parks through the development blocks as well. And the master plan actually already identifies those areas. You also heard from Mr. Bolduc and Mr. McCrate that there's almost 20,000 square feet of communal space that's being provided through potential daycare space, community rooms, the community garden. That's above and beyond the space that Lalit was talking about. That was a separate initiative on his part. And then lastly, and you touched on it, was that that's what development charges are, right? They're payments in lieu of and to go towards public infrastructure. And that's where the partnership comes with parks. Like we as part of this analysis, and this is probably the most sophisticated master plan that we've had the privilege of working on, it started with a detailed inventory of existing parklands in the neighborhood and exactly what those parks include in terms of facilities. Very comprehensive. We worked with the Parks Department to identify gaps and things like that. And there are gaps. There are parks here that may be well suited for investment as a result of those development charges. And who better of a partner than the Agarwal family on that and working with the city's Parks Department. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Oh, it's a critical discussion around development charges in light of intensification and how we charge inside and outside and in the various different transects. And that's a debate that I guess we'll have in the next term of council. Miguel, can you take me through the angular plane discussion that on the northern part of Brittany?
Are we allowed to, if Jacob were to pull out the presentation, because that might be most helpful? I don't.
Please and thank you, because we continue to sort of see an inconsistent application of that angular plane discussion. And one of the previous delegations raised some concerns in my mind that we're actually meeting either the spirit or the intent of that.
Well, to be clear, before Jacob jumps in, the angular plane is one of many tools that the city has at its disposal to assess an appropriate transition. To be clear, even the new official plan doesn't say buildings shall meet the angular plane. It says you use it as a guide and then you start moving around the bits. In this
That's
case here, the discussion's actually more obvious in that I think that the answer is we just meet the angular plane. And if I saw it pop up and then it went away.
Yeah.
But
thanks, Jacob.
But if Kelly were able to pull that up, I think Jacob could walk you through. But it was a very sensitive approach that dictated the building heights, and it was very much relied on through the angular plane. So I don't know if Jacob, you want to add something?
Yeah, thanks, Miguel. I did have a couple comments. Exactly, slide 5, please. That's fantastic. So we did complete an angular planes analysis as part of our revision of the building heights along block 1 that some of the previous speakers had talked about, including the reduction of that building at the corner of Saint Laurent and Brittany. Through an angular plane analysis in these cross sections, you can see that there's actually considerable attention paid to appropriate building heights, whether it's a mid-rise 9, let's call it a low high rise at 12, or even the tallest building on this block being located right at the corner, all of which meet the angular plane as prescribed under the urban design guidelines and the OP. So going back to the policies under the existing OP with respect to transition from high-rise buildings, or even under the new OP under section 466, we do meet that qualification as an angular plane.
Can I just ask for my clarification? Each one of the lowest points of those hypotenuses corresponds to, if not your own property line, the rear property line of the most adjacent parcels?
That's correct. And then that 45-degree angular plane is measured at the height of the existing zoning.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Okay. No, that's exactly the clarification I was looking for. Chair, I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. You're well known for taking deep dives into these issues and looking at things from every angle. So thank you. Councillor Cloutier, you're up next.
From every angle, co-chair, really? There you go, angular planes. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. The co-chair Moffat reminded us that there's still a lot of process to come, and we heard today, and this is to the development, the proponent team, opposition to some of the proposed locations with higher builds. And if the application is approved today, will there be any possibility through site plan? Will you be making adjustments? What adjustments do you contemplate to make to the various site plans that are to come to accommodate some of the concerns that you've heard?
I could start on that, right? Thanks, Councillor Cloutier. Thanks for raising that. We're kind of spring training here, right? Like this is an OPA, right? As some of the delegations mentioned, we haven't hired an architect. Out of good faith, I've been engaging with the councillors working group. 100% I agree with, Dr. Vanderjagt, right, on how to design these buildings to maximize better health outcomes, right? 100%, right? Like we're committed to sustainability. We're on the record from that, right? This housing stock, right? And, it's really no disrespect to our residents, right? The people that I'm most concerned about, but they were built 80, 90 years ago. They're not insulated. Right, like this is the housing stock that is a culprit in the climate crisis. But to answer your question, absolutely, right. We have to go to zoning. We'll have to go to site plan. When buildings start getting designed, that's why we continue in good faith to have these conversations, right? To design, these buildings as well as we can. And maybe it's kind of perverse, right? But this is where. Not that it's personal, but it's like, this is the family name on it, right? You kind of want to have good projects, right? So there's a bit of a motivation here. This is a mom and pop shop, right? Immigrants to Canada, moved to Ottawa, who have, been in Manor Park for 33 years. I know that gets discounted, but, we've been in the community too. So to answer your question, absolutely, right? There's so much opportunity to influence design. And frankly, that's the most exciting part if we get to it, right? Like we haven't even started design, right? So hopefully, later this year, we can have these exciting discussions on sustainability, on health issues, on housing typology, which, you know, we could actually lead in the country on how to make family units in urban settings. Like that's kind of what we want to do. Unfortunately, you know, given the steps, right, we're still spring training here.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the process that you're going through in Manor Park is not unlike the Heron Gate process, but I think you, and congratulations to you, Mr. Agarwal, you got out early with your communications, with your consultations, and the MOU that you are going to adhere to, I am sure. So congratulations on that. And I'll have some questions to staff about the MOU. But to you, in section 5 of the MOU, secured affordable housing existing, and item D, as new dwellings units are built, further rehousings can occur under the terms of the no displacement pledge in the new units, it says. So does this mean that an occupant or family can may be subject to multiple move requests during the building and the relocation process, as has been stated? It's a phased process. It's 20, 25, 30 years. So does it mean that there might be multiple moves? And will you, the developer, the proponent, Manor Park Estates, cover the costs of those moves?
Yeah, so, you know, thank you for the question, and thank you for, you know, for the good vibes, I guess. You know, but the fundamental starting point on all of this was no displacement, right? You know, we're not that. You know, we've been, you know, my mom and dad, right, owners for 33 years. Some of our residents have been with us for longer than that, right? But to answer your question specifically, and this is where, you know, it's really driving all of this, right? You know, on the phasing, right? So you know, we've kind of narrowed it down to one building that we think should be the first building that we can build. It's likely to be a mid-rise building, but this is gonna, you know, we get into site plan issues and how to build a parking garage, et cetera. But that one building, right? And I think it's Jacob's quote, but it's the least dense part of Manor Park where the maximum yield can be achieved, right? And the whole idea here is to, you know, rehouse people in almost exactly the same townhouses. Should they want to stay with us? There was one of our residents that was quoted in the newspaper that, you know, she said, hey, listen, you know, it's really hard for me to live in a townhouse. I'd rather be in an apartment on transit. Well, you know, we'll offer that to her as well, right, across our portfolio. You know, but, you know, getting into your question, right? So you build the first mid-rise building, and then the second area that we'd focus on is an area right now where it's bachelor units, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and some 3 bedrooms, right? And that sort of housing typology lends itself really well to mid-rise units, which is why, you know, we're so confident that, you know, no one has to leave Manor Park. You know, we do have natural attrition, right? You know, about 15 to 20% of our residents turn over a year. So units become available. We can rehouse into existing townhouses. And then we can actually build, you know, better bachelors, better 1s, better 2s, better 3s. But then to your question, so, you know, and this is that sensitive topic, right? It's like, okay, well, you know, it's giving choice to our existing residents. And I think where it's like, okay, you know, you might be in a 2-bedroom townhouse. If you wanted to move into one of the newer buildings, we can do that. So that's kind of what that clause is meant to capture. Like, for example, you have, you know, some of our older residents who want single level living, right? And so it's kind of hard to capture in the document, but the intent is, it's like, okay, well, we'll find you another townhouse, right? If that's what you want. But, you know, if you actually say, hey, Lalit, I don't want another townhouse, but I really like what you did with that 2-bedroom unit kind of on Brittany Drive. Can I have one of those, please? right? So the intent is, not to keep moving people. The idea is to kind of have the minimum amount of movements. If we move someone in some of the earlier phases, probably they'll probably get offered relocation in Manor Park North. I'm already on the record to say that Manor Park North probably doesn't get touched for 15 years from a day of an OPA application, approval, sorry. So yeah, it's kind of, we're talking 15, 20 years. So, it's not,
Okay.
and then if people have to get moved again, and this is, I know it's been discussed at this committee, but there's no cap on the moving charges we're offering, right? Like if there's a cap, it's reasonable moving expenses, but hey, we'll cover this. This isn't, trying to really, disadvantage anyone,
All right, thank you. That was my question and you've answered it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all the questions I have for the proponent.
Okay, I did see Miguel Tremblay trying to get our attention a little earlier. Did you want to add quickly?
I'll be very, very brief, but I did want to supplement Lalit's answer related to Councillor Cloutier's first question. Recall that Mr. McCrae and Jacob both itemized that the current OP policies and the new OP policies allow for and support this kind of height and density, and rightfully so. This council has made a decision to intensify within the urban area, but I think what the OPA does is it provides an element of predictability for those future applications, because we will be subject to future zoning bylaw amendment applications and site plan applications. And what this OPA does is it goes above and beyond those broader stroke policies of the OP and say, you know what, we've gone through a very comprehensive and strategic analysis of where the heights should go and where they shouldn't. And that's what this OPA does, is it provides an element of certainty to the city and to the community. For instance, you heard Mr. McCrae say that on Manor Park North, we're undeveloping some of the lands, that we could do 9s, but the secondary plan is proposing 6, and we're using certain mechanisms in that document to lower those heights. What it also offers is a very well thought out and strategic approach to parks. The park on the northern side has been used through land assembly and all those things to transition to the existing low rise on Riviera. In contrast, the park on Manor Park North, it was specifically selected within what we call the hourglass, because they're the wine glass, because there's an existing road network that we chose to preserve, in large part because we were preserving at the same time a swath of the existing trees, which addresses some of the comments that we heard from delegations about the existing tree canopy. We were very mindful of these things when we did the secondary plan. For instance, the cross section that we selected on Brittany was fine-tuned to protect for existing trees along the south side of Brittany. So all of this is strategic, and we're trying to add some predictability through this OPA. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Miguel. Councillor King is next up.
Thank you, Chair. And I actually do want to mirror what the Community Association and many residents have said. They've been very laudatory of Lalit, and I actually want to tip my hat in terms of the consultation, which has been extensive, the investments in our community, which have been appreciated. And I know that the Community Association mentioned, the community center, the finance of the bridge, and as well community gardens. So we have an applicant who is invested not just financially, but in other ways in the community. And I think that needs to be acknowledged, as well as through the community benefits agreement and a commitment through a memorandum of understanding against displacement of tenants, and also a continuing discussion around housing affordability. So I'm absolutely gratified, and I know many residents and community association members are gratified around that. The concerns, of course, are around the multiple issues that we heard from residents today. And I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going to just ask about a few. I'm going to be happy to have a continuing discussion for sure with, I don't want to say Councillor Poole. his name's Councillor Leeper, but I'm happy to have a continuing discussion around recreational facilities, because that is an important element for all councillors in the inner urban core. I mean, this is a challenge. We see a declining recreational facilities and lack of investment. So that is important. But what I do want to ask of the applicant is around approaches towards mitigating the loss of the tree canopy and enhancement of green space beyond and above what has been proposed, because that's something that I've heard very clearly from residents. They feel that a defining characteristic of Manor Park is that tree canopy, and they want to know, what further measures could be put in place beyond what is before us today to enhance that space, as well as green space. It's great to have commitments to green space on private property, but as we know, Manor Park in its current formulation is a bit different, because when a visitor comes, there's this mixture of space. There's greater accessibility to the green space, and so this is a real concern that residents have really expressed. And I'm just interested in the applicant's view on how that element, especially around the tree canopy and the green space, can be enhanced.
I wonder if I could start, and then Jacob has more of the hard numbers, if you will. And I think, you can only cover so much in our presentations, but this is a significant increase in open space in the area as a result of these applications. Whenever you're doing a master plan of this nature, you're going to have a hierarchy of open spaces. You're going to have the public, the semi-public, and then the private open space. Starting with the public, right now, all of the open space in this area is provided via private courtyards that are infringed upon by parking areas. I used to live in Manor Park. I know the sites very well. There are green spots within the courtyards, but they're also mired by surface parking. And what's happening here is 2 new parks, one in the north, one in the south, strategically located to either provide a transition to existing communities, so they feel they have access to those open spaces as well, or to protect existing trees, as is the one in particular in the north, where we chose not to disrupt the road fabric, but work within it so that we maintain some existing trees and contribute and maintain that canopy. I mentioned Brittany already, that we're making efforts because there are existing trees along Brittany. There are other opportunities as we start carving out the development blocks to maintain existing trees. Now we're getting into more semi or private property, but that's not to say that development applications clear cut, but rather can work around existing trees once you get into the development blocks. Jacob shared with you a slide, and maybe not, you don't need to pull it up, but you can hit the high levels again in terms of what that open space distribution is now, which will translate into an enhanced tree canopy.
Yeah, I'm happy to elaborate a little bit on what Miguel was just discussing. So once again, we are proposing 2 brand new parks that are over the 10% parkland requirement. And in addition to that, with the removal of the surface parking and moving it underground, then I think these slides show just how extensive some of that surface parking can be and how much land it actually takes away, and the fragmented green spaces that result because of it. Again, it was developed, 80 years ago at this point, or planned 80 years ago. And perhaps some of these internal courtyard green spaces were not necessarily joined in a way that they should have been in order to allow for a greater use of that space. And passive green space is important, but again, I would note that they're relatively fragmented. I'll go back to our original site visit that we completed, I think September 2019, when we went walking around, and one of my favorite parts was actually walking around with Doug Fountain, who's a principal here at Foten, a landscape architect. And one thing that we did note, and you can see it on the slide, is that a lot of the mature tree canopy in Manor Park luckily is located at the edge, either slightly on the private property or just inside the right of way. And having trees on those edge conditions versus interior block conditions makes it a lot easier to preserve those trees through redevelopment. So the actual plan itself, you can see all those green trees that are identified on the plan, the demonstration plan on the bottom, those are all to be preserved as per the demonstration plan. And that cluster of trees that you can see along Glasgow Crescent was actually, when we walked from St. Saint Laurent along Glasgow, we noticed a big cluster of trees and we said, you know, that'd be really neat to be able to keep that. And that eventually turned into a discussion about what if we integrated it into a park space in the north to make sure that that park is closer to the school, understanding that there were a lot of concerns, and you heard them today, about the loss of that potential park space adjacent to the school site. So there was a lot of consideration. And actually, this slide shows something else I wanted to talk about, which is the widening of hemlock on the south side of the demonstration plan. You can see that we noted a lot of mature trees just across from Beechwood Cemetery, that if the right-of-way protection requirements were taken for this property, they would be on the other side of those trees. And there might be an opportunity there, if you had enhanced cycling infrastructure, for example, to do isolated measures and have those cycling lanes on the other side of the trees so that they could be protected. So there's a lot that we can do and work with the city and the Parks Department and the right-of-way group and the planners in order to protect that tree canopy. But these were just some of the thoughts. One, a lot of trees are in edge condition, which is a great start. Two, using clusters of those trees to identify opportunities for park spaces. And three, looking at opportunities to preserve those trees in the right-of-way to make sure that the canopy is not so disrupted. I would note as well that some of those trees are within the amenity areas, the pink spaces that you can see on this map in block 6. You can see that there was one identified that is likely to be preserved because it is existing and already within the courtyard, so why not keep it? And there would be opportunities for future plantings as well. And that includes plantings in the right-of-way, like Miguel already mentioned, on the south side of Brittany, but also opportunities within those amenity spaces for, they're pink, but green would be a good choice. We just wanted to differentiate the private from the public spaces in order to show that on the demonstration plan. So the tree canopy was certainly considered. And like I said, in our initial site visit, we went out with our landscape architect to actually identify opportunities for tree preservation from the very first meeting.
Well, I thank you for that answer. Obviously, I want to reflect the concerns of the residents, which are my concerns around parkland and green space and its maintenance, because we know on the smallest projects, and I think many of my colleagues can actually concur with this, on the smallest projects, we get notifications on trees coming down all the time. And it's a massive challenge. And of course, the key characteristic of Manor Park is really living in a greenscaped landscape, greenscaped environment, one where the tree canopy is favored. So, not certain. I'm completely convinced that could occur with the scale and scope of densification that is being proposed here. Since we see it with the smallest of developments that trees that are supposed to be retained disappear, and I think that is a real concern of residents here. But I'll leave it there. I think that Councillor Leeper did adequately address some of my concerns around recreation. And I'll be very blunt in the fact that there has been a commitment through the purchase of that community amenity by the applicant to see at least some continuing major investment there. But of course, we want to see and hear more details about that as a community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Lily, did you have a quick comment?
Yeah, just a quick one. I just wanted to add the, I think probably the statistic that we're actually probably, at least I'm pretty excited about or proud about, right, is, we're actually using less hardscape, throughout this whole development, right? So, when you see infill, it's kind of taking up open space. We're actually going to be giving back open space, right? Whether it's park space or private amenity space, there's a bit of the gray area, but there's a 4% reduction in hardscape use. And on the trees, I think this is where I'll just, lean on our track record. I think there's a lot of councillors on this call where, in their wards and in their developments, we're planting extra trees, right? So I can't speak for the ones where the trees are getting knocked down, but this is the hand being raised out. Just call us, and we're committed to that.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much. I hear that commitment. I feel for you, Councillor King. I do. This is a really complicated file, and I think many of the minutes here, I was thinking if this were Canada North, I would be hearing similar things from residents of Canada. I don't think this is NIMBYism. I think these are real issues that need to be worked through. The other thing I'm hearing, though, is a willingness and by some of the residents to say, you know, this could be the best developer anyone could ever have to work with. And I'm hearing a commitment through the CBA and the working group. So, I'm challenged with this as well. Even just the comment about the environmental issues, but yet a lot of these buildings are so old. Like the best thing we could do would be to get rid of them and produce new buildings that would be much more environmentally friendly. There's so many environmental arguments to make. I do have two questions though. I did want to ask Lalit, what did you think about the smart cities conversation that we had there?
I think it's, it's the future, right? And, I'll be honest, I had to miss the meetings this week, but, my entire construction team, has actually been liaising with a lot of vendors on the smart city type technologies that are available. We've got a lot of developments under construction right now. And we're starting to embed those technologies in our buildings. The one we're talking about right now, Councillor Brockington's in Portland, I believe. But we're actually going to start piloting some of those technologies in his ward at a development we have happening at Bank and Walkley. So absolutely, I think this is the opportunity, right? We haven't started design, but I'm open-minded, right? And I think you obviously want to future-proof your buildings, and then there's a lot of, for me, the interesting thing, right? So as an owner, right, you kind of and really sympathetic to the challenge we face on climate, right? Like that's where a lot of these technologies can have massive benefit. Mm-hmm. Right. So 100%, right. Really open-minded to investigating and seeing how it makes sense to incorporate into our new developments.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. The other question I have is, there was conversation earlier in the meeting about delaying for a year. And I guess I want to ask you straight out, like, what would that actually mean to you? If a motion comes forward to delay this for a year, what would that actually mean?
I think really what's changed from the beginning of kind of when we started this, 6 years ago, is there's a new OP, right? And I think Councillor, not Councillor, but Andrew McCreed from planning kind of, hit the nail on the head, right? Like there's a new OP, and for Manor Park South, what we're proposing doesn't require an OPA. Mm-hmm. Right. So I think, honestly, we probably, well, first and foremost, right, no displacement 100%, right? That's our starting point. So I think, at least when I'm saying it now, that goes without saying, right? So we probably just honor everything we've said, start with that first building, in phase one, and with the new OP, I don't think we need an OPA, right? So if there's a deferral, we probably withdraw, right? I don't think there's a need, right? It's almost a bit of a moot application. To Miguel's point, it provides certainty, right, around parklands, complete streets, that kind of thing. But the funny perverse thing here, right? And I think Councillor Leeper mentioned it in his newsletter last Friday, and we're leaving density on the table, right? So if we wanted to play the role of evil developer, which we're not trying to, hey, like if there's a deferral, I just don't see what it achieves, right? Like we've been consulting for 6 years with anyone who wants to speak with us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Well,
sorry.
If I could add, just in terms of, I know both Andrew has done it, Jacob as well, and actually the community has provided a bit of an inventory on the amount of consultation. I would find it troubling that a motion to defer for reasons of more consultation. The Agrawals have been engaged in this process for 6 years. We've actively been engaging with this community for 4 years. We've had numerous public meetings, other platforms. I don't know if you knew, but every one of Lalit's tenants were called personally by a representative or Lalit himself to make them aware and bring them into this consultation process, which I will say is fairly unusual. FOTAN does a lot of consultation, as you know. We also monitor a lot of the secondary plans on behalf of clients to the city. And I would offer that we probably exceed the amount of consultation that the city does on their own secondary plans. Like, did you know that Lalit held office hours for anybody who wanted to sign up for a virtual meeting with him and chat for an hour? Some of them went longer than that. That's fairly unusual. So I think it'd be an odd approach to say, you know, we haven't done above and beyond efforts for consultation. I heard some of the comments today. I don't agree with some of them that we are simply checking a box. These were genuine consultations that yielded changes to the plan. And my boss always used to say, Ted Fulbert always used to say, just because we didn't do what you said doesn't mean we didn't listen to you. There were some comments that we just couldn't accommodate. They weren't in keeping with direction of the official plan, or they weren't in keeping with Lalit's vision for the lands, or what we thought was best practice. But the amount of consultation that occurred here is head and shoulders above anything that I've been involved with, or even that the city has done, I would suggest. Thank you.
I would say thank you very much for all of that. Thank you for the MOU. That is, I think hopefully a model for everyone going forward. And I will think about this some more, but I really appreciate how much thought goes into this, given how big it is. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Councillor Curry. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And I don't want to belabor this one, but Miguel, I'm interested. I had a conversation with one of the other delegations with respect to the secondary plan and how secondary plans are done. So this secondary plan, I don't think I'm wrong to say it's a developer-led secondary plan.
Correct.
Ralston is nodding. So it refers particularly to the parcel that Mr. Agarwal is interested in developing, and we've seen those in other locations as well. Like, for example, Westgate, where the developer did a secondary plan for that particular property. I am just wondering, a really interesting conversation with that delegate who said there might be a willingness to trade off some of the density in this site in return for greater density within the neighborhood, within the R1. So upzoning the R1 in order to reduce the density in the parcel that in this case Mr. Agarwal owns. What do you think a broader secondary plan for this more organic community, not necessarily defined by property ownership, would it look any different if we went down that path of saying, you know what, the broader community is interested in keeping the density on any one given site down, so it would be more evenly distributed through the more organically defined community? What would be the outcome of that?
Okay, I can offer a few
very
comments.
Hypothetical, obviously.
Obviously, but I can offer a few comments in that it is not unusual for the city to entertain developer-initiated secondary plans. I was going to use the Westgate example, and I remember thinking, well, we did it for Westgate. Yeah. It is a very reasonable approach. You're going to get more of those because there are many obligations for secondary plans in your new official plan. It would seem, I hear what you're saying, but it would seem unusual to do a secondary plan for the balance of the Manor Parklands, in that it is largely a low-rise R1 community. And normally when you do secondary plans is because there are other potentials for other corridors like Beechwood Avenue or the other reaches of Saint Laurent Boulevard that would be available with larger development blocks, for instance. And in this case, that doesn't really, there isn't that potential. So what we would really be talking about is a secondary plan to figure out if the R1s go to R3s. I don't think you need a secondary plan. I think the city is very well suited to think that through with those communities without relying on this process to provide a secondary plan. Other reaches that I mentioned, like Beechwood, is already subject to a CDP. Montreal Road already has just west of Saint Laurent already has a secondary plan. The RCMP campus actually has a master plan that FOTAN did maybe 15 years ago. So there are already policy documents for those other opportunities. I don't think it's necessary for the city to assign opportunities for redevelopment within the Manor Park proper. I will say this as well, and I'm not comparing us to the city and their secondary plan process, but when you have a developer-led secondary plan, yes, Foten was the lead consultant, and we did that in consultation with the UDRP and staff and the community, but we were also supplemented by a team of consultants. So we had environmental input, geotechnical input, architectural input, all of those, transportation. Whereas oftentimes when a city does a secondary plan, they don't have geotech information and they don't have environmental information. So what I would suggest, maybe as a closing remark, is the level of analysis that occurred here is probably higher than if this would have been a city-initiated secondary plan.
Yeah, and the difficulty with doing city-led secondary plans is the number of resources, right? We cannot do all the secondary plans that we need to do, and so if the developers want to keep their projects moving ahead, it falls to them to pay the costs of doing the secondary plan in order to keep that moving away. I'm looking at the overall goal, which can almost come down to a number. Right, the goal of our official plan for the next 25 years is that 51% of our predicted growth is going to be through intensification. And we get Laurel and Hardy, as I've called it before, development of low-rise neighborhoods and very, very tall buildings, because we're not in a position to try to distribute the growth more evenly throughout the entire built-up area. And to my mind, part of that is because we only treat intensification with secondary plans in these large development opportunities rather than on a neighborhood-wide basis. Purely academic discussion, I'll be curious to pursue that a little bit more with you moving forward. But in this case, if we want to hit 51%, it does strike me that there are potential trade-offs by going a little denser in the low rise, a little less dense at the edge.
Yeah, but I mean, not to avoid a philosophical discussion with you, but just maybe a few rounding out points. But it's not unexpected to have high rise on arterials where they're in better proximity to transit. They have opportunities for commercial and mixed use. And when you get further into those neighborhoods, those opportunities don't exist anymore. So it's not surprising that you don't get that additional density. Plus, a lot of the efforts when the city does the Rito Street secondary plan, it's for the exact opposite. They want to direct the growth on the transportation corridors and on the mixed use corridors in an effort to protect the low-rise areas in those communities. And make no mistake, that's very much in harmony with the expectations of those communities. But that's really been the Ottawa model, is direct growth to where it should go and protect the internal communities. Now the city is getting into that philosophical debate as, do those middle communities, do they need to take on more?
I mean, from the residents' point of view, they don't like towers, right?
But they don't also
everyone wants Paris, right? We all want Paris.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, you can't build Paris in the low rise, and it's not feasible in the high rise, and it's not sustainable if we want to hit our numbers. Wow. So I'm sorry, chairs, I didn't mean to revisit under Ottawa's official plan. I'll leave it there. It's a fascinating discussion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Leeper. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you to the applicant team for answering our questions, and we'll shift to questions for staff. Anyone want to be first up? Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just really wanted to reference some of the written comments that were submitted by Sean Shuck in terms of his commentary. And just wanted to ask planning staff to really reconcile their recommendation to approve this application in terms of his commentary about the plan being contrary to planning policy outlined in OPA, I believe, policies 3 and 4. And I think he referenced both Section 3 and Section 4 those sections dealing with building height in the general urban area would continue to be predominantly low rise. And that's what the policy said. And we know that in the last planning meeting, we also heard Mr. Willis talking about the need for ground-oriented units. So I'm just wondering if staff could speak to the way that policies were really applied in terms of this planning development.
Thank you, Councillor Chair. It's I understand the conversation, and I applaud the efforts of Mr. Shuck and his planning analysis. Unfortunately, planning's interpretation of the policy is slightly different than the residents' interpretation. What he was referring to is our policies of the general urban area, or in the new OP context, the neighborhood designation, where it starts as a general point of saying building heights shall be up to 4 stories. When you get into these sub clauses of where taller buildings will be considered, Manor Park South fits in the category of there's language in the policy talks about you can go taller than 4 stories in areas already characterized by taller buildings. Characterized is understood to mean by virtue of existing buildings that are taller than 4 stories, or by zoning that permits taller than 4 stories. I believe in what I saw in the presentation was the residents' interpretation was focused more primarily on existing building stock, what zoning permissions were. When you look at the area surrounding Brittany Drive, there's a range of building heights from 11 stories to 24 stories in the immediate vicinity along St. Laurent, as well as building heights, both in terms of zoning and existing buildings that go from 6 to 16 stories along that corridor of Brittany. So when you bring that back to the policy language, it's very clear that buildings, both by virtue of existing buildings and zoning, heights are permitted above 4 stories, all surrounding Brittany Avenue, which means the proposed building heights being taller than 4 stories are to be considered and would not trigger an OPA. And then we get into the 411 context, which was the urban design and transition, which was the conversation that Councillor Leeper had with the applicant explaining the 45-degree angular plane, and where we've strategically placed building heights throughout Brittany Drive, for example.
Okay, I appreciate that that interpretation. Of course, it's somewhat confusing both to residents and sometimes even to our own offices in terms of the interpretation. So I thank you for that clarification. I did have just a few questions on the housing piece as well. So I don't know if staff on the call would be able to answer some questions around the MOU, I believe, as well, that Councillor Menard was going to ask some of these types of questions as well. I don't know if I can come back on the list, Chair.
It's up to you, Councillor King. You could finish your questions now or come back.
I might come back on the list and see. I just don't want to steal Sean's thunder if he is asking some questions there, and then just follow up on them as well. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've got big expectations then for your questions, Councillor Menard. Go for it.
I don't have a lot actually, but I did want to probe in on a couple of pieces. Obviously in supporting my colleague, the question stemmed from the details of the MOU, and my view that these types of MOUs really shouldn't be a product of the generosity of developers who have the ability to do this sort of thing. I think we've laid it out in our new official plan that anti-displacement, rental replacement, these rules should just be the rules in a city that values residents. And so I am grateful that the MOU has some community benefits written into it that goes beyond the current framework we have, and that Councillor King's office and the community have pushed for the negotiations of these elements. But I do have a question for staff around the future of our new official plan, and whether these types of agreements in this current MOU, when the new official plan is in place, will become commonplace. Is this something that is to be expected as part of the new official plan in terms of anti-displacement and rental replacement? I see Tim Marks ready to go there too.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll start off on the law and then planning can speak to what it will seek to achieve. The law is, as I believe committee is aware, we cannot legally require these. They are done through discussions and negotiations with developers who are seeking to protect their existing tenants. And we have been successful. I mean, there was one from Montreal Road yesterday, there's Herringate, of course, and now we have this third one that has been executed by the developer and will be signed by the city if council carries the report. But as a matter of law, as a matter of seeking it as a requirement, we are not yet there, Mr. Chair.
And I'll go from there, I guess, just if staff can comment on what we've got in our new official plan when it comes to anti-displacement and the like. How does this become commonplace where it's the expectations are there for these types of larger development projects?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that there's a specific policy in the new OP that speaks to anti-displacement or no displacement. We're looking into it and can certainly follow up on that. But we are aware that there is policy that does protect rental housing to replace rental housing. Those are two distinct different things, but I think that's what Councillor Menard is getting at. If we could take that away and report back, we'll have to look into it. But from going purely off memory, I'm not aware of a specific policy about displacement.
Okay, I know we did have those discussions, Chair, previously prior to the OP. It's been in some media as well. Would be really interested to know, the specifics around anti-displacement in particular. So thank you for that. And the sooner that can come back, the better. Just a memo. So I don't think we have to have a full debate at committee, but just a memo on it would be great, so that we know where we're headed. So that again, it's not just at the whim of sort of goodwill negotiations, which I appreciate this developer coming to the table with Councillor King's office, but it's an expectation we build in. So I think I'll leave it there. I think there's a lot to like about this development personally. I want to support my colleague Councillor King in discussions and negotiations that seem like they're almost there. It feels like we're not far off from having most community support be there. We're almost there. It feels like we're 95% of the way there. So, I want to support the project, but also the councillor who feels there is some room to keep negotiating. I think he's already done a very good job of that, but I'll bring something forward in that regard on behalf of Councillor King in the near few minutes.
Thanks, Councillor Menard. I know anti-displacement policies have come up quite often at this committee. It is as Andrew said, a priority that'll stem from the official plan. And there is new policy under development in the work plan. And certainly council has signaled that it's an important piece of policy. So yeah, it would be helpful from staff to get an updated timeline on where that sits in terms of policy development. Councillor Leeper is next.
So I'm just wondering if staff could give us a high-level overview of how development charges would contribute toward recreation infrastructure. This is an inside the Greenbelt development. What funds are we collecting for inside the Greenbelt? And how was it chosen what those are going to be spent on?
Mr. Chair, I'll start off, but I mean, there is, of course, a development charge for recreational purposes that will be imposed upon the net increase in units. So there will be credits for the units that are demolished, and it will be only on the net increase in units that the charges will be imposed. I, though, I am not in a position to comment on what the projects does this go towards, Mr. Chair. That's not within my area of knowledge.
Okay, I'm not sure if Mr. Willis is on the call.
I don't think Steve is here today.
Okay.
Doug?
Chair, we can
Liz?
get back to the councillor's question shortly. We're just doing the research on the run. But the park rate within the development charge is regulated under the developmental charge bylaw according to the location, whether it's an inner urban area or suburban area. So, and then a portion of that charge goes to the fund for the public parks and recreation programs.
So I'm just wondering, whether we have a rough quantum. We know approximately how many doors there are and approximately what kind of mix there is. I'm just wondering if staff could let us know how much roughly we might expect to collect for parks and recreation on the basis that this is inside the Greenbelt. And then subsequently to give us an idea of sort of the lists of projects that currently exist within the Parks and Recreation Master Plan on which these might be spent. And I understand that's a pretty complex question, but as we approach council, perhaps you could let members of City Council know that answer, because as I think Councillor King said, this will keep coming up. I think we're under collecting for recreation facilities inside the in the interurban transect. The projects that are getting built for the most part are not within the interurban transect. And so I'm keen to see some analysis around what this project will bring by way of DCs to mitigate some of the intensification that we can expect here. I'll leave it there.
We can do an estimate. Yeah,
yep.
Definitely.
Ballpark is great. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Lily. Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, I just want, my question mostly for staff is about Manor Park Public School. And I'm just wondering, the basic question is, how much intel do we have? Now, I will just make a comment that if this is a 50-year development, there's no knowledge that we have right now that would absolutely apply to Manor Park Public School. But the community is not wrong in that it could go and become nothing, because we did that with Laurentian, as many of you will remember. Bayview, I think, in Councillor Brockington's ward is now no longer a big schoolyard, it's a condominium. So that does happen, but I'm also hearing there will be many more people living in this neighborhood. If there was a boundary review, and I think I heard that there is, because potentially there are new schools, it's a possibility that Manor Park will be seen as too old of a school and they get rid of it in favor of newer schools. But I just wonder if we're hearing anything about any future plans right now.
Thank you. So I can't speak to the fate of Manor Park Public School, but what I can tell you is the school boards were circulated on this application. I heard from both Ottawa Carleton District School Board as well as the Catholic School Board, both of which flagged that at the moment they did not see concerns with capacity, but will be following this closely. And when they get into the phase and phase developments and understanding the unit type and density, they'll have to consistently keep evaluating. What was noted that was both school boards flagged that increases in capacity could be accommodated through the use of portables, additions to existing schools, or the change in their boundaries. So it's something that the school boards will be monitoring. They're aware of this file, they're aware of the application. They will be circulated on each phase of development when a phase comes in for site plan, as well as zoning, etc. And I know that the applicant is also in very close discussions with the school boards, but that's the information we have to date from the circulation process.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks for that, Andrew, because when I'm hearing that the design of a lot of the new units will be family friendly, I'm thinking it's more likely that they will, really need Manor Park Public School. Like, it wouldn't be, I don't imagine, but I mean, 50 years is a long time. But that's not something I was thinking right away either, but I'm glad that we did get a comment on that. Thank you.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll try to be rapid fire. I am supportive of the MOU as a general concept, but of course we want to be probative in terms of our questions around it. So I'm hoping staff can answer a number of rapid fire questions that I have. So the MOU section 1 contains 2 definitions of affordable housing: secured affordable existing and secured affordable new. Can staff explain what these terms mean? And do you have any suggestions to revise these terms to be potentially more beneficial to Ottawa's affordable housing supply?
Thank you, Chair. So the 2 terms are are defined in the MOU, so we don't have suggestions beyond what's in front of you in terms of the MOU. My understanding of the secured affordable existing is the 540 dwelling units that are outside that first phase of development. And what it means is that there's been a commitment by the Agri-Walls to ensure that those existing units stay at their affordable rates. Whether there's a change in tenant or not, they'll stay at their affordable rates. The benchmark, I believe, is below our average market rent, but we're comparing it as a unit type to unit type. So a 2-bedroom unit compared to a 2-bedroom unit. There's a commitment to keep the existing housing stock affordable. The secured affordable new is applying to the new residential buildings and the dwelling units. And again, it's looking at making sure that those new affordable new units, secured affordable new units would have a maximum monthly rate that are consistent with those decibels defined by CMHC. They can only be analyzed at the time that a unit comes online, but the intent is that they'll stay at that below our average market rent. And there's a commitment to ensure that at least 10% of all new development remains affordable. And if it's not 10%, it would be dictated by other processes that are not in place, like inclusionary zoning, whichever would yield more affordable housing units.
I'm thankful that you touched on that, because we know that the MOU section 6, both B and C, commit, like you said, to providing 10% of new rental dwelling units for each phase of redevelopment as secured affordable new. So for 20 years from the date that the OPA is in force, is 20 years in staff's estimation sufficient? Would 20 more years, would more than 20 years be better? And if so, what length of time would you actually recommend?
Chair.
Go ahead, Lilia.
So again, all the elements, especially with regards to the secured affordable units new, those are voluntary contribution from the applicant. What's similar to the Herringate application, that we staff planning services staff worked closely with our teams from housing services, who provide inputs and the reasonable threshold of the different levels of affordability comparing to the average market rent. So in Herringate, for the new units, the commitment from the applicant at that time was 10 years, which is, and also for 10% of the new units. So in the Manor Park's case, it's 20 years, so it's a double the term. We understand from discussing with our colleagues at housing services, when they go to the market to get a third-party supplier of the affordable units, it's usually in the range between 10 and 30 years. So we believe 20 years is a very reasonable time term.
Thank you for that analysis. I was also wondering, and I believe it's true, that rents can be increased beyond the by default permitted annual increases if there are substantial renovations, such as capital expenditures by the landlord, or if there's a new tenant coming into that unit. I'm wondering if you could speak about those possibilities in the context of this development and this MOU.
If we're speaking about I'll categorically just say that the 10% of the units that would become affordable for a period of 20 years, that would be subject to an affordable housing agreement through the respective site plan applications, which means you have an agreement on title with the housing branch, with the landowner, that secures that period of 10 years. And it's going to define the level of affordability that has to happen. So whether it's one tenant for that entire 20-year period or a number of tenants, that level of security would be secured through an affordable housing agreement.
And I guess the last question that I've heard from residents is, we heard the concerns about land being transferred to other owners. Would this agreement or arrangement exist beyond the current applicant if lands change hands?
We do have a clause in the memorandum of understanding. It's clause 8 about the sale of land that states that Manor Park Estates ensures that in the event of any sale of the land, that the purchaser assumes the responsibility of this agreement. So that's in place to make sure that conversation happens. And then relative to the big if there were a sale of land, if it's after the phase development, then there'll already be site plan agreements, housing agreements in effect. If there was a sale previous to that happening, we'd look back to the MOU as a conversation with the new owner.
I appreciate that answer. Like I said, I am supportive of the MOU process. I was supportive, of course, and advocated for the MOU as well as a community benefits agreement. And why I'm supportive of the MOU is because I think it provides a baseline, at least. And there was, we heard willingness at the last working group meeting of the community benefits agreement working group, that last meeting, that there is the potential to continue to have discussions around affordable housing. So those discussions could continue in the context of the CBA. And that's one of the reasons why I'm generally supportive of the MOU concept, because there's room, I think, for it to continue to evolve. So I thank the staff for their answers, and for, of course, their the amount of effort that has been undertaken on this file has been extensive in terms of consultations and dealing with resident feedback, as well as our office. So I'd actually like to thank planning staff for all the excellent in-depth work that they have been undertaking on this file. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been watching all day and absorbing all this. I had my own development meeting last night in my ward for towers of 36, 38, and 40, all on a very small lot compared to what we're dealing with today. This is more of a neighborhood, an entire neighborhood, or a good chunk of one. I appreciate the work, and I appreciate the effort that was made in reaching out to tenants, and that some of them appeared and spoke, as well as local homeowners. I think that was good to hear that from their perspective, since they are very much impacted. I appreciate the MOU, of course. It's the way forward, and that's great work. My concerns rest with and it's something that was raised by one of the tenants, was in terms of transit and commercial, which are really what make 15-minute neighborhoods, is what kind of guarantees do we have of better transit service in an area that's not on the transit system, and in terms of commercial, of luring food stores or basic essential stores into the neighborhoods. I've had my own. Layla knows about losing Giant Tiger up in Foster Farm, and how difficult it is to get a tenant who sells food. You just can't pick and choose sometimes. But I just want to know what are our chances on that, because we really do want 15-minute neighborhoods. It would benefit those that are already there and the ones that are coming in. So I just wanted to ask what the possibilities there are on that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, and an excellent question. Chair, it's a very loaded question and a lot to unpack there. What I can tell you is, from a planning perspective, our starting point is this policy document, which looks to St. Laurent as a mixed-use corridor and allows for that level of local commercial in certain buildings within the Brittany Street, so Manor Park South. So we're putting the policy language in there and supporting it through the schedules to encourage that level of mixed use and getting those local commercial uses. I also understand that there's a discussion happening through that community benefits agreement process of, searching for local talent, or what kind of uses would come of that. So we're kind of tackling it through a couple of different approaches. The next planning piece will be when the phases of development start to come online and we start to apply the zoning to those parcels and start to rezone in a manner consistent with the secondary plan. That's where you start to get the mixed use zones, like a traditional Main Street, for example, where there's going to be perhaps a requirement for that ground level retail and a mix of uses that are broader in scope. So we're starting at that very broad level of setting the policy stage to make sure that we're encouraging the right thing and supporting the concept of a 15-minute neighborhood. And it'll be realized, I think, as you see each phase of development come online through the zoning and site plans.
Thank you. One of the things that happened was that all the tenants got talked to. And it's kind of one of those dilemmas, is that people who are tenants don't tend to have a voice as much as property owners, who tend to gather together and form associations. And I know this is a little bit out of our bailiwick, but I would love to see more tenant associations so that they could have more voice and give them the tools so that they can. I certainly have that in Bayshore as well. It's a struggle to do, but anything that we can, because I think that these are the ones, since they're going to be larger in number, to be able to raise the concerns about the transit and other things. So I hope as a city that we continue to do that. I know when we had the official plan, we had a special meeting for renters, which was really important, and a citywide meeting. And I think that was a big positive step, because we are going to have more renters with these kinds of developments, since this is not condominiums necessarily. So that's the direction we're going. So that's just a throwaway comment, but I hope that we have tools in our toolbox to encourage that, so that we can get more participation of what's needed in these communities, such as transit, so they can have a voice together. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Quick questions. The CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement, is the city involved in those negotiations, or is it the other parties, the community and the developer?
Thank you, Chair. To date, staff have not participated in the working groups or community benefit agreement discussions, other than for the purpose of awareness.
So would the city have to be a signatory to that in any way for it to be valid?
I will let legal respond to that.
Mr. Chair, in the absence of another approach being suggested, it does occur to me that at the end of the day, the other party signing will have to be the city. But as Mr. McCred said, the city has not yet been involved in the process.
Okay. So, and this is a relatively new idea for the city as well. So perhaps we don't have all of the policies and roadmaps for how it looks. And this is one of these projects that'll help set the stage for future CBAs. At least I would hope so. I also wanted to ask, Saint Laurent, as it is now, is not a particularly comfortable place to walk down. If you're walking from north to south towards Montreal Road, is it anywhere on the city's priority list for a complete street or any kind of upgrades for cycling and pedestrian safety?
I can take that. Yes, there are plans for a Saint Laurent to the north part as well. So we already have other segments addressed along Montreal Road.
Okay, thank you. I could see it being very much like Main Street in old Ottawa East with some good upgrade and some attention to walkability. So hopefully that can move up sooner if this development goes ahead. Councillor Leeper.
Just really quickly, Chair, you raise a really good point with respect to the signatories to the CBA, and I would strongly encourage Councillor King and the city to ensure that the city is a party to that agreement, because otherwise it's a very imbalanced relationship between residents of the area and a developer. If it's not the city who is a signatory to it, then if residents who are signatory to it are seeking some kind of redress, they have to go to court because we can't be the arbiter of it. It's a contract. And that's not something that is feasible for residents to do. I have seen in my community parties or agreements between developers and resident groups where those resident groups are simply unable to try to get courts to enforce the terms of the agreement because they can't afford to go to court over it. So I would encourage Mr. Mark to make sure that the city is a part of that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor King.
I was just going to say to Councillor Leeper that, of course, the CBA process is unique because it's community driven with the applicant, but the city should ideally be at the table, and we will obviously seek legal clarification on the structures of this. But our understanding is that it should be a kind of almost like an amendment to the MOU to say that this is part and parcel of the package. And though we're still seeing some level of deliberation with the community on this, my office has played in a sense, an unofficial role as the secretariat, and is working on a structure where there is work on an agreement, and then ultimately work on monitoring the implementation on an ongoing basis. So it is still in progress, but it's very exciting because I think that this is a new innovation for the city, and it allows us to have a continuing dialogue. I know that's what drives residents, especially in Rito, Rockliffe, crazy. We have these applications and then there's no follow through or follow up, and people feel completely unsatisfied. Here, there's a process for continuing discussion about the benefits and the potential amenities that would come from such a proposal. So we will continue to definitely have those discussions with staff.
I don't know if there's an opportunity to register it with the very first site plan as well and make it a part of that, so it's fully enforceable by the city. I'll leave it to the legal eagles. Thank you, Councillor King. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat, or Chair Moffat.
Thanks. Just a really quick one. Might not have relevance. Just curious though, the new OP. We've heard conversations about the new OP and its impacts, and in a community like this, I mean, obviously you have the low density portion of the community, which is only 20 units per hectare, gross, and then you have this area that's subject to redevelopment. If this wasn't before us, if this OPA wasn't before us, and we just went the natural process of the new OP coming into effect and implementing it through the zoning bylaw, what are we looking at from a difference between what we have in front of us today and what we could have if this wasn't in front of us?
Thanks, Councillor. So through the chair, the driver of this OPA in the secondary plan really started as land use and building height. And then when we got into the details and review, we added the specific policies to enforce the vision. If you break it down, at least I'm ballparking, but about 90% of what's before you is consistent with the OP. In other words, the heights proposed would not trigger an official plan amendment. There are a select few buildings, such as in Manor Park North, as you're going westward on Hemlock, where we transition to 6 stories as you're approaching Manor Park's public school to the west and Beechwood to the south, just to give you orientation. That's a minor corridor in the new OP, which stops building heights at 4 stories. So we're talking about 3 buildings in that corner where 6 stories would be 4 stories under the new OP. The other unique outlier, ironically enough, is the 25-story building at the corner of St. Laurent and Brittany, which is part of that Main Street corridor regime. And because the right-of-way width there is less than 30 meters, it would stop at 9 stories. But there's other policy that suggests that additional building heights can be considered through a secondary plan, which we've done. And when you look at the context, having other high-rises right around that corner, including 24 stories, 2 buildings to the south, 25 stories makes sense. So purely from a official plan amendment exercise and what's triggering an OPA, it's really just those 4 outliers in the grand scheme of everything that's proposed here from a policy context.
All right, thanks for that. I just thought that was interesting context, so appreciate that. Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that's it for our questions. I want to give an opportunity to anyone who wants to do a wrap up, and then we'll go to, I believe there's a deferral motion from Councillor Menard, and then the final report recommendations, depending on the outcome of that motion. Is there anyone who wanted to make any final comments or wrap up? I'll let you go last, Councillor King. I wanted to just 3 points that stood out for me. One was on the MOU. I think this does raise the bar on expectations for builders in terms of an MOU. It's better than what we had for Herongate, and hopefully we keep that trajectory, and the next similar development to this one, we would see an even better MOU. But in the absence of any official policy and the fact that this is a voluntary agreement. I'm glad to see that we continue raising the bar. The second thing I noted today was, without assigning who's right or who's wrong, the very stark difference of opinions on this project between owners and renters and between boomers and millennials, a stark difference of opinion. And then the third thing is just the timeline. This is a 50-year development that could see up to 4,000 units. That's about 80 a year if it were to build out evenly over those 50 years. The timeline for the first two phases is still 15 years away. And as Chair Moffat mentioned, this is a secondary plan. There's still many steps left in the process. So yes, this will be a change for the community, but it is also a very gradual change. And I think it gives time for the community to evolve, and also time to address some of the issues that have come up as potential changes as we go through other stages of approvals over the next 5 decades. So I'll leave it at there. I'm supportive of the recommendations for staff on this one. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I know at the last 10-hour planning meeting, we heard some very excellent discussion, debate, and deliberation concerning intensification. And while intensification might be inevitable, it does need to be appropriate, and it does need to reflect community concerns. I'm thinking of that last meeting, and I know that we heard from the FCA calling for appropriate levels of intensification in communities. I know we heard from staff noting that under existing city policy and also the new official plan, there should be emphasis around ground-based family size units. And I'll hazard to quote you, Mr. Chair, in the last meeting, where I believe you did note that we do understand that there's a need for accelerated growth to address housing gaps, but typically not at the expense of local context. And I believe what is before committee is a plan that has been developed at the expense of local context. As a ward councillor, therefore, I'm opposing the application submitted by Manor Park Management, as it's incompatible with the characteristics of the Manor Park community, which I noted in my written comments are due to the proposed excess heights proposed through the plan area in my estimation and residents' estimation, do not preserve or honor the community character of Manor Park as a greenscaped, low-rise residential area. What has been proposed in the official plan amendment application for redevelopment and intensification would dramatically alter Manor Park. And I think that that's what residents are scared about. Over the course of more than a year, I heard from 500 residents who are concerned by the height of the proposed new buildings and the general increase of density in the area. While I think it's fair to note that the community is not opposed to intensification or densification generally, I heard from many residents that they want their community to be family friendly and recognizable to them over a 50-year time horizon. And we heard very clearly that community members want to prioritize the preservation of the physical character of the neighborhood. They're calling for compatible development that respects neighborhoods' existing fabrics, and they want appropriate levels of intensification in their community. They want a community that values green space and a community with multiple housing types that supports raising families. In sum, the residents that I heard from want intensification that aligns with their existing neighborhood. And residents I know wrote to all of us, noting that they want to maintain a safe, healthy, livable community for affordable housing that suits families with children and enables human connection and play at ground level. They want sufficient green space within their community to support healthy, active living within the core. And they want community densification that is manageable and sustainable and will not overburden city infrastructure, planning, and community resources. I heard very clearly during 4 consultation sessions with the community that the Manor Park community is willing to take its fair share of intensification. The residents of the community are definitely informed, engaged, and reasonable, and we saw that today. They recognize that land use planning policy trends in terms of both the provincial policy statement and the new official plan really should be about accommodating a fair share of increased density and intensification. But the questions that I pose to them and that they're obviously concerned about is, what is that fair share and what is appropriate in terms of built form and sensitive siting of this increased density, particularly in Manor Park North. The longstanding historic character is essentially ground oriented, as we know. And the idea of siting proposed towers where they have been proposed does not create an adequately sensitive transition to the low rise built form, both existing and proposed under this new redevelopment. What I've ultimately heard from residents is that juxtaposition does not have to mean imposition. After engaging through these multiple consultation sessions, I issued a position paper that underscored residents' preferences for proposed buildings to be scaled back and for consideration to be given to abutting neighbors. I heard the call by residents to see more family-oriented building typology, as well as an overall reduction in the number of apartment units, along with the preservation of green space and tree canopy. And I'm in general agreement with these views. So as a consequence, I won't be supporting the planning elements of the application at council, but I do applaud the applicant for ensuring the inclusion of community benefits and a formal acknowledgement of no displacement of residents through a memorandum of understanding negotiated with city staff, which I support. I think the approval of the MOU, if this plan is approved, though I'll be ultimately calling for its deferral, would endorse having a community benefits agreement related to the secondary plan that would be created by the community for the community, which I think is an exciting prospect. I think community benefits are ultimately additional social, economic, and environmental benefits that really can truly benefit the community through examining such things as local job creation and new training opportunities for those disadvantaged in the labor market, social procurement to purchase goods and services for local businesses or social enterprises, improving public spaces, and any other benefit identified by the community. And we've heard that the community has been talking about things like the continuing discussion around affordability, as well as, we heard interested parties talking about the potential of smart building technologies, the smarter integration of technologies into this building stock. So I think that we can have exciting discussions through community benefit agreements that would allow a broad coalition of residents and community organizations to work with the developer to address a broad range of community needs. And I'm excited to be able to help facilitate that and to have really driven that process with residents. So where I can support that direction, unfortunately, I cannot support the general planning applications that are before us, or those elements that are before us today. And as a consequence, I will be working through my colleague, Councillor Menard, to ask for a deferral, not one that spans a year, but one that allows the community to come together and to have some more time. I really believe some more time to have some more discussion and some more negotiation with the applicant to try and get there, to try and get to a place where there is balance in the mind of the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So with that, Councillor Menard, you have a motion on behalf of Councillor King on deferral.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Green.
Absolutely, Chair. I'm happy to read that in on behalf of Councillor King. Whereas the proposed redevelopment of Manor Park Gardens and Manor Park Heights, collectively Manor Park Estates, has had several community meetings and other consultation opportunities. And whereas despite this, many members of the Manor Park community are not satisfied with the extent to which the land use planning details of the proposed development have evolved. And whereas it is believed by many that this evolution is on a trajectory that could progress to a proposed development acceptable to the community, and whereas deferring this application to allow for more negotiation of the details between the applicant and the community would lead to more community benefit and buy-in from the community. Therefore, be it resolved that this matter be deferred from further consideration by this committee until one of the following scenarios has occurred. One, the applicant in the councillor's office have communicated that they have reached an agreement on the development details of the application that has the support of the community, or 2, that the applicant or the councillor's office have communicated that they are not able to reach agreement and are not interested in having further negotiations on the details, or 3, until a future meeting of this committee that is no later than June 2022, which is about 2 months from today.
Okay, so on this deferral motion, are there any questions or comments from committee members? I have to ask to either the mover or to Councillor King, who is the community? We heard very different opinions from people who live in this community about what is acceptable. Who is the community?
Well, we have undertaken wide consultations through directly with residents. So I met with a numerous number of residents, as well as the community association, as well as the working group that has been constituted and will grow around the community benefits agreement. So we've been trying to really have the widest outreach as possible. It's not just the community association. It's, as I said, I went with walks with residents. We've been engaging with different interest organizations as well. So Acorn has been around the table. Residents, tenants from the estates have been around the table. So our view has been wide, and we've been trying to engage on the widest scale as possible. And as I had noted, we have had correspondence with over 500 residents, and we've been trying to capture their views, and we tried to do that through a position paper, which was well received in terms of the correspondence that we in turn received in terms of that paper. So it's definitely wider than I think you might be intimating that we're simply talking with property owners, landowners. That's not the case. We're trying to be as wide as possible in terms of our consultation.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from committee members? Councillor Curry.
Just on that, just for further clarification though, I understand what you're saying, Councillor Gower, Chair Gower, because the community is a broad term. So, I mean, I think in the wording of this motion, you're basically saying that the community has to agree or the community doesn't have to agree. And if not, and in that community agreeing or not agreeing, being every single person, you're only giving a couple of months. Like, I guess I just can't see the groups that we heard here today in just a couple of months, because it's already almost April, May, June, that everyone's all of a sudden going to agree. I guess I would just like to hear, is there something that you think that once that's agreed upon, you'll have the entire community 100%? I find that really challenging to do in such a short period of time.
Well, my view is that the more consultation that we engage in, the closer we'll be to something that is more amenable to all community members. So that's the typical approach that I take when I undertake a consultation with residents. I've just heard very clearly from the majority of the people that I've been trying to interface with. And as I would say, that's a wide array of people. It's not just meeting with the community association. It's also meeting with residents who aren't members of that association, and also with tenants, and working through this newly established working group that, I think I've heard very clearly that deferral would allow for more negotiation with the city and with different elements within the community to address their main concerns around height that we've heard about, around the location of the towers, the siting, around green space preservation, and even infrastructure matters such as stormwater management. So I think it is important for us to, as in a fulsome manner as possible, engage with the community in the widest way as possible to really have those meaningful inputs reflected in this development application.
I absolutely hear you, Councillor King. I'm just thinking that's a lot to do in just a couple of months. I was thinking that the other process that is going to be ongoing, that might be your best way to get more buy-in. anyway, I'll hear what Councillor Moffat is. Do you understand what I'm sort of saying? Like, I just think that what you're trying to do is, it's a huge thing, you know, in just a short period of time.
And we've been kind of narrowing a gap over the period of time that I've been working on this. I think, though, I want to really respect, I think, the request of many of the community members that I've heard from, who've overwhelmingly said, you know, they still want to have a discussion. And I think that that's the driving factor as well of the CBA, that after applications are approved or secondary plans are approved, community members want to have a continuing meaningful voice in the application, in the development process. And I think any tool that allows us to do that will allow us to really enhance the end state, because as one resident had noted during our deliberations, during our discussions, we are talking about a neighborhood, changing a neighborhood over the space of generations. So I think affording some more time to have some discussions on how that goes forward, that will ultimately impact a community for 50 years, I think is a reasonable ask by the community.
Okay. So this is my last comment, but I absolutely 100% agree with you, 100%. I just think the other process is where that could happen though. Like, I just think that will be ongoing for so long that there will continue to be those opportunities. But anyways, I'll stop talking, but I hear you. I know I would want the exact same for my, for Canada North as well.
Chair Moffat.
Thanks. I'm not sure I see what the benefit would be. I mean, we just heard from staff that this OPA in front of us is not a significant departure from what we've approved by a vote of 21-2 in the official plan just a few months ago, which is an official plan that we're hoping to get back from the province as soon as possible. You know, asking for 2 months, I don't know what's happened in the last 2 weeks. We were supposed to have this file in front of us 2 weeks ago. I'm not sure if any attempts been made in the last 2 weeks to talk further before today. I think we had 6 delegations scheduled for 2 weeks ago. Today we ended up with 13 delegations. I also find it slightly disingenuous to go through a 5-hour special meeting of planning committee only to ask for deferral at the very end and to have the file come back to us in its entirety, delegations and all, presentations, questions and answers, in just 2 to 3 months. It would make sense to me that you would have moved deferral at the very start of this meeting if your intent the whole time was to go through it all just to move deferral of an item that we know that you don't support. So I'm not sure I see the benefit. I don't think there's going to be an end goal here that changes anything that we have in front of us today. I think, to Councillor Curry's point, there are multiple steps through the future on this, the next 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 years. As this whole thing gets built out. I don't think anything that's changed in the next 2 months is going to be a dramatic alteration to what comes in the future in terms of the ability to work with the applicant on the iterations of this as we move forward. So I don't support deferral.
Okay, any other comments on deferral? Kelly, can we take a vote, please, on the deferral motion? So it'll obviously yes to defer, no if you do not wish to defer.
Councillor Cloutier.
No.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Hubley. I see Councillor Hubley. Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Chair Moffat.
No.
And Chair Gower.
No.
Lost, 8 nays, 1 yay.
Okay, so let's move on then to the report recommendations Kelly, if we could bring those up on screen, because it's quite lengthy. Does anyone wish to separate any of these items out, or can we vote on it as a package here?
Packages.
I'm happy to support it all.
Okay, I saw Councillor Lieber looking closely. Are you okay with voting as a package, Jeff? I think so.
Yep. Yes, I am.
Okay, so let's do yays and nays on the report recommendations that are in front of us, just for clarity.
Bear with me for a second. I got to bring my list up. Councillor Cluche,
Yes.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Chair Moffat,
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
9 yeas.
Okay. 2:30 p.m. So we're at 5 hours. Thank you, everyone. Let's just go through the final things here. We have no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion? Are there any inquiries or other business? Then with that, we are adjourned, and our next meeting is Thursday, April 14th. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to staff, especially in the clerk's office, for guiding us through today's meeting. Much appreciated. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, Chairs. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.